lithium-ion battery. To improve the safety level, the direction of lithium-ion battery is good to all solid-state battery with the solid-state electrolyte, and Indonesia has high potential to develop the advanced national electric vehicle and also for lithium-ion battery technology and also its markets. Thank you very much for the time, and I back the time to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Agus, for the presentation. Very interesting indeed. And we are now welcoming questions from the participants. For the participants, you can also add your questions in the chat room. But for the other who are the panelists, the presenters that can probably join us with the meeting, you can directly ask Professor Agus if you have any questions.
I have a question, Bu Dia.
Yeah, please, Pak Dena.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dia. Thank you, Pak Agus, for the good presentation. This is very informative for me. I have several questions, Pak Agus, about how do people develop the battery? Is that seems to me like is that like a trial and error that try this and find out what is the optimum combination of the material? That's my first question. My second question: how's the industry of the battery in Indonesia? For instance, your work after doing some research, is that fed to the industry that they will produce such a battery that you develop in Surakarta? And the third one, can you explain more about the solid battery? How does the electrolyte on the solid battery works? Thank you, Pak Agus.
Okay, Prof. Agus, I think you can directly answer to Mr. Dena.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dena, for the question. How do people develop the battery? During development, of course, there are many trial and error to optimize the cell, maybe the material preparation, the composition, also the fabrication of the cell. But there are, of course, a direction to doing that, because there are many publications regarding the lithium-ion battery. Also, people try to find the best combination to produce a high quality battery using a limited cobalt, of course, in the field of NMC, and also adding some additive or doping to improve the characteristic of the battery. The second question is about the industry. In our research center, of course, we focus on the research, but now we collaborate with the industrial part, such as Pertamina, which in plan they will build the industry of this battery. Also, during in our experience, there are many investors which interested in this area to develop the manufacturing of battery, and one or two with high commitment to develop industry approach us to discuss in detail about that. And our as a university, of course, cannot build the industry, but we can give our knowledge and give our contribution to the development of this industry. And about the solid state battery, there are many strategies to make the battery to be solid state, but the main key in solid state battery is the solid electrolyte component, with developed from many type of typically like glass or another type, which in solid phase. Now electrolyte is in liquid phase, and also usually in for our chat using a polymer phase. So the future direction is using solid state. Why now is still not cannot commercialize? Because the performance is still low compared to the commercial lithium ion battery. Okay, I think it's all.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Agus. We are going to the next question. There is one question from Mrs. Evita Legowo. Professor Agus, may I ask you about the progress of research in batteries in Indonesia? Please, Professor Agus.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Ms. Evita Legowo. The progress of the battery research in Indonesia, I think now almost all university in Indonesia have a researcher who develop the battery research of us in the labs in the lab scale for the development of maybe on the cathode, on the anode, and also maybe on the electrolyte. On the institution, what I know is LIPI, Batan, and also ourselves. We focus on the development of the battery research. Especially, we try to use a high content of nickel in the cathode, but not only that, I know from other researchers that people also doing the solid state battery in the recent years. Okay, thank you. I think the direction is good.
Okay, it's having good progress,
Yeah.
so to say, Pak.
Yeah.
Okay. If any participant still has any questions, we still have time, around 4 to 5 minutes. I think this is a good opportunity to ask Prof. Agus about the current progress in electrical vehicles in Indonesia, which is of course going to be a very good solution for the energy demand that is increasing from time to time, as well as for the environmental problem. So please write your questions in the chat room, or for the panelists or the presenters that can join us in the meeting directly, you can ask questions if anyone has any questions. Meanwhile, while waiting, probably I would just to ask some very basic question, Pak, from probably also the curiosity from many people. If this is going to be commercialized some times later, how high actually will the cost of such vehicle be?
Okay.
Is it going to be equal or like
Yeah.
a normal vehicle, or is it going to be more?
Okay. The problem of electric vehicle is the price is more expensive than conventional vehicle. As we found in here, maybe some manufacturer from Korea, they commercialize the electric vehicle in Indonesia with the cost around 600 million. For comparison, maybe this cost is mostly because the cost of the lithium-ion battery. Lithium-ion battery almost 30% to 40% of the all cost of the electric vehicle battery. So the direction to reduce the cost of the electric vehicle is one of that is reduce the price of lithium-ion battery. This roadmap have been followed by all lithium-ion battery manufacturer. Like maybe as we know, maybe 4 or 3 days ago that Tesla announced their direction on the development of lithium-ion battery with its reduce of cost mainly. reduce the cost of the lithium-ion battery. Okay.
Okay, so when we hope that in the coming near future, then the research about lithium battery can be even more advanced, and the cost of the vehicle can also be further reduced. Yes, Professor. Okay, since we are approaching to the end of the session, I think for all of the participants that might still have questions to Professor Agus, can just write or type in the chat room, and then probably we will, if Professor Agus didn't mind, then we can probably later email the questions to you, Prof, and if you have time, probably to answer later. Okay. With that, we would like to thank Professor Agus for giving us a very wonderful view about the current situation on lithium-ion battery researches in Indonesia, and we hope for a better success in the future, and we are really looking forward to find a local-made electrical vehicle in Indonesia soon. Thank you, Prof. Agus.
Thank you very much.
Yes, now we are going to start the presentations of our presenters. We will start with the first presenter in this session with the code of SEE 01. I invite Ms. Yuti Aryani Fatima with the presentation titled Beyond Socio-Technical Innovation, Lesson Learned from Jatropha Fuel Development in Indonesia. Ms. Yuti, you can start. Your time is 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I'm going to present my research on biosociotechnical innovations and lesson learned from Jatropha Fuel Development Indonesia. Can you see my full screen, or is still like the?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can slideshow it first before starting. Thank you. Yes, better.
Yeah, okay. So this is related with what Pak Agus mentions, that there need to be like a good relationship between like research and industry. So I'm focusing more on the relationship between like different type of actors. So what I'm mentioning about like actors is like the governments, because like the policy is super important in Indonesia, and also like how the researchers can contribute something for Indonesian for solving like Indonesians problems. So this is like a case study from it's starting like in the university since the 80s, but then it's become like huge in the 2002, and it's got like its momentum in 2006 when Indonesia turns into become like a net oil importer. So this is like the context of this study is really about like innovations and then how it survived the Valley of Death. So why this study is important, even though it's already like happening like since 2006, so it's already like 14 years ago, because even in 2016, the Indonesian commit to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. And then by doing that, there's still like ongoing research about how to use like degraded land for currently the plant-based energy is focusing on calophyllum. So it's already like an existing crop, mostly in the seaside. But then like I want to reflect back on what we did like since 2006 until 2010 and 12, because we already had this experience, and then like how our current situations can learn from this experience. So the research questions for this study is really to understand why despite technical feasibility and also like financial support and also like political support also from the governments and also private sector, Jatropha-based fuel development in Grobogan, particularly for my case study, but then it's also like happening in other areas such as like in West Nusa Tenggara. There's also many like Jatropha plantation failed to survive. So the method that I use for this study is like grounded theory. So grounded theory is basically an approach to coming like back and forth. So usually if you're doing a research, we really don't know like what framework do we need to adopt. So grounded theory is basically it's combinations about like going to the field and then see what's happening, and then trying to match like what's the base framework to describe the theory. So because I'm coming from an innovations background, I have like a list of approach that I can use. So basically I match what I found in the ground with the framework that I have. And for the data collections, I do like interviews. I went to the field from 2010 until 2012 in Grobogan, but I also went to other area such as like Nusa Tenggara, for instance, where there's also like Jatropha. And then later on, some of the village that I observed, they shift to like calophyllum. So that's the primary data. And for the secondary data, I got like many information from reports and books and also like papers. So in 2006, there's like super many publications on Jatropha, and especially like the NPV, like how people can benefit from planting Jatropha, and also like from the newspaper, because it's being like got like a lot of attention. And like this is the conceptual framework. So I'm adopting functions of innovation system, and I modify it. So like the original functions of innovation, they have like 7 functions, but then in Indonesian's context, I see that it's more critical to focus on the resource mobilization and development, creating users and non-user, creations of legitimacy or counteract resistance. Because at the end, it's really about like how to maintain the protections of a particular innovations. And I also combine it with strategic needs management, which consists of like learning, networking, and articulating expectation. So what my study show is like at the beginning of a research, and this is also related with Pak Agus mentioned that they need to be like a good collaborations or a good mix between like research and industry. So what happened in between like 2002 until 2006, there are kind of like a lot of connections between different type of actors. So in this particular case, what is really the dominant actors are the engineers, and especially from chemical engineering. And there's also like governments at both at the national and provincial level. And also in this particular case, there's also like support from the village level and the Indonesian Farmers Association, so HKTI, and the Green Energy Society. So in this picture, you can see that this is like at that time presidents with the Kusmayanto Kadiman, so the Ministry of Research and Development. And then the activities to support all this innovation is through declarations between the actors to support Jatropha cultivation for poverty alleviation. So the declaration happened in ITB, and then it managed to get like a lot of like attention and support. So for particular innovations to able to survive, they really need to get like a lot of like support, and like having like declarations, and also this particular thing like Jatropha expedition supported by the National Geographic. So you need this kind of like campaign, and also like mobilizations to get like people attentions, and also like political and financial support. And what bring people together is really about the expectation. So they expect that the Jatropha can create like high yield to substitute fossil fuel. And also like at that time, there's like a demonstration in 2005 because the presidents increased the oil price to 29%. So like the Jatropha for solving energy problem and unemployment. So there are kind of like different type of expectations that bring people together, and this is needed for innovation. But then like in the second stage, it's like creating user and non-user. So the main actor for this is like the RNI. So this is like the state-owned company, and the Indonesian presidents, because like he's still involved, and then he visit like the Grobogan Tanjung, especially Tanjung Harjo village, and Anhil is the company who are being obliged to buy all the Jatropha from the farmers, and Perhutani, because most of the area, or not most, but some of the area is on Perhutani area, and farmers in Tanjung Harjo village. So what happened during this period is the president visit Grobogan, and I interview like one of the person who shake his hand like with the president, and he was like super like, oh, this is really going to happen, this is really going to be big, because like the president shake my hand. So what he did was like he shift like some of his existing plantations to Jatropha. So even like the government's recommended just to plant Jatropha in unused land. But then these particular farmers really kind of like shift all his plantation to Jatropha. But then when I visit him, like, yeah, I really thought that it's going to be big and then I will get like a lot of money from this. But then it didn't happen. And then it creates, so he become like a non-user. So at that time, the farmer's expectation is to really like receive high profit from Jatropha productions. And then like Jatropha, because it's considered as like a low maintenance crop, can be just like be planted like that and then without a maintenance, which proved to be wrong. So it creates like a non-user at the end of the stage. And then for the last function is like creating like legitimacy and counter resistance. So it's happened between 2007 until 2012. So the main actor for this is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the farmers, and also the researchers. So what happened during this period is because many cases failed, either because there's no market, and then like for anthill, for instance, they stopped operated. But also like from the farmer side, they also realized that, hey, this crop is need like a lot of maintenance, and you need like to pruning the seed all the time. So what happened is actually like the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources try to kind of like ask to have like a standby buyer. But then like for Pertamina, who's kind of like involved in the whole process, lost like 40 million US dollar for 2 years, kind of like adopting biofuel. But probably this is also because of the oil palm instead of like from Jatropha, because like for Jatropha itself, it's really still in the early stage because of the quality and the number of productions. But what happened is like the researchers start to shift from Jatropha into like different type of crops. So Calophyllum inophyllum, Nyampum, which already exists in the like the seaside, because it's being used like for windbreaker. So instead of like trying to ask the farmers to shift again to a new crop, they now kind of like suggesting like, hey, instead of like having a new crop, it's better to have like an existing crop. But then what happened is like they try to create like a new network instead of like strengthening their existing network. So the counteract resistance is done mostly like in the lab, where they trying to find like a different type of like species for biofuel or bioenergy in general. So there's kind of like detachments in the actors network. So initially it was quite tight, the networks between like farmers, like Jatropha farmers, and the companies and the researchers. But then at the end of 2012, they start to detach with their network. So in conclusions, like Jatropha development in Indonesia, and since it was not able to compete or embed to the existing energy network. So by having like this existing energy network, so in innovations theory, it's either that you can compete like head to head with the existing network, or you're creating a niche market. But then in this story, it didn't appear at all. And also there's a combinations between functions of innovation system and strategicness management allow us to add sensitivity to understand the heterogeneity of actors in each function. So by having these combinations, I can really show that there's different type of expectations. So the expectation of the farmers is not necessarily like in line with what the government wants, or like what the market wants. And especially like in Jatropha, it's really about like the market, and also like creating like a compatibility with the existing market. And the business as usual approach adopted by the company and farmers were influenced by the absence of market and discrepancies between the design and the practices. Because at the beginning, the design was super good. The farmers are expected by the NPV calculations and by the business model. The farmers will really get like a good income, but at the end, it didn't happen. And the feedback adopted by the governments and researcher due to failure and the previous innovation were done by inviting new users instead of like maintaining the previous network. So what happened is to able to survive this particular type of research, they basically kind of like shift from one network to another network. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yuti, for the presentation. So we directly go to the questions list, because I have already received several questions here. The first one is from Mrs. Evita Legowo. Dr. Yuti, do you think it is still possible that Jatropha can be take as a role as a feed for biofuel today?
So like from what I learned from this experience, like it is super difficult, especially if you want to see it as like a business model, because for the farmers level, it's not profitable at all. So you need like a lot of energy to process Jatropha seed. So instead of like having like so initially it was the design. So what the researchers said, it's really like super easy. You can like prune it on the same time. But then what happened in the field is it's need like a lot of effort. So if you're asking about the possibility, you might be able to increase like the yield, but then like it still needs a lot of work. So I don't think it's feasible for that particular reason.
Okay, so so many researches needs to be conducted still, yeah. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Dr. Yuti. And the second question comes from Mr. Aloysius Sigit. How about the scale of Jatropha filling the industry in the future, shifting from palm oil to Jatropha, compare with palm oil to biofuel? Biofuel from palm oil, here's support from private plantation.
I think
Probably
like
this relates also with
yeah.
the previous.
So what happened, like the current research for non palm oil base, because there's always like a discourse about like palm oil versus environment, and then like the current trend for this alternative is mostly going to like Calophyllum inophyllum or Nyamplung. So this like Nyamplung research currently is being researched like by C4, for instance, and also there's like more like international agencies that try to go into like Nyamplung, but like I think like among the researchers, everyone's already like leave like Jatropha crocus because of the past experience. So if you ask like whether it's possible to scale up like Jatropha, like the current trend is really like no, the answer, and now they already like shift to a new species.
Okay, thank you. So probably while waiting for, we still have time. So for one question, actually, so anyone who has question can type in the chat room for one more question. And meanwhile, while waiting, probably I just want to give my question a little bit. So I saw from your presentation that your researches or your study had been done like around 2000 until 2012, yeah, from 2009 to 2012. So it's been quite a while actually from if now we have into 2020. So what happened in the in between? Were there many researches conducted in between 2012 to 2020?
So like for research about Jatropha itself, mostly like stop. I mean like so I have like a friend as well, and then like she focusing on India. So the interesting part is like during the Jatropha research, like some Indonesian researchers went to India, and then they kind of like learn with each other. But so what happened with the India case is also kind of like stuck. So basically like Indonesia and India has like the same like path, and basically kind of like facing the same problem as well. So what happened for Indonesian researchers? They shift to different type of species. So currently, I'm doing research on degraded land, my current research, and then like then there's this new species popping up, because like the idea of having like I mean Indonesia has like a huge problems about like land degradations and then like carbon emissions, and because of that like biofuel is always become like a sexy topic, and like the most being promoted species now is like Calophyllum inophyllum, and also like Kemiri sunan, because it's a belief that it's already there and it's easy maintenance. And from my research, so after the Jatropha, I also kind of like shift to Calophyllum inophyllum for my research. And it is like really there, but then it still also like has a lot of problem, because like the way you harvest the fruit is really you go to the forest and then you pick the fruit from the ground. So it's kind of like a super labor intensive type of work, but it is safer and better, like for the woman. So this is to start to entering like a gender issues, because like woman is has like more difficulties into entering the field. So by having this calophyllum, they can go just to the forest and then pick the fruit, and then so it's more like an additional income instead of like the main thing for the livelihood.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Yuti, for the presentation and explanation. We hope you to for further success in your current research now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for the next presentation, I would like to invite Ms. Natalie Gloria with the presentation code SEE02. The presentation title is Bioethanol Production from Oil Palm Fronds Biomass Waste. Ms. Natalie Gloria, you can start your presentation now. Your time is 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dia. Can you see the presentation now? Is it clear?
Yes, and you can
Okay.
see your presentation.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity that is given to me to present the result of my paper with the title of Bioethanol Production from Oil Palm Fronds Biomass Waste Review. Before we begin, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Natalie. I'm a Swiss German University Bachelor Degree graduate, and Dr. Afita and Dr. Ivan is supervising me on making this paper. Here we go. As we all know that Indonesia is the leading country of palm oil producers, and with the growing concerns about the depletion of oil, finding alternative resource has led to a growing interest in both idea of sustainability and renewable energy. Indonesia reaches a total area of 12.5 million hectares of plantation. And from this 12.5 million hectares of plantation, a huge amount will be generated as well. Indonesia is estimated to produce 146.7 million tons of biomass waste per year. And the biggest solid waste comes from oil palm frond. It accounted to 61% to the overall palm oil biomass waste. But oil palm fronds still receive less attention compared to the other biomass. It is usually being left as a waste in the natural environment, or it becomes a fertilizer around the plantation. Instead of leaving it as a waste, it is better to make use of oil palm frond to become a renewable source of energy. It could be a substrate to produce bioethanol because of its high sugar content. And then furthermore, the development of bioethanol in Indonesia is not as good as the implementation of biodiesel due to the lack of bioethanol raw material. So this research was actually planned to be a laboratory-based research, but COVID-19 happened, so the methodology is modified into a literature review. And this is the flowchart of how the literature review should be implemented in this research. Firstly, there are 3 types of palm oil waste that can be converted into bioethanol. There are oil palm trunk, empty fruit bunch, and oil palm frond, and we are focusing on oil palm frond in this research. And then there are 2 methods to utilize oil palm frond as a fermentation substrate to produce bioethanol. First method is using the dried oil palm frond, and another method is using oil palm frond juice prior to fermentation using yeast, which is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And then there are 3 variables studied in this literature review. There are pH, time, and temperature. And then afterwards, discussion and analysis can be made. So from all the reviewed literature, there are 3 types of palm oil biomass waste which can be converted into bioethanol. There are empty fruit bunch, oil palm trunk, and also oil palm frond. But among these 3 types of palm oil biomass waste, oil palm frond is the simplest and the most inexpensive material to process compared to the other 2 biomass, because empty fruit bunch and oil palm trunk still requires various pre-treatments, and in addition to that, enzymes need to be used to convert the cellulose into sugar. So the overall process not only contributes to a high cost of sugar production, but it also causes the proper wastewater pre-treatment, since there are a lot of chemicals are being used in this process. So furthermore, there are two methods to utilize oil palm frond as a fermentation substrate to produce bioethanol using the dried or the juice. So to obtain the sugar from oil palm frond fiber or the dried oil palm frond is involving the conversion of cellulose and hemicellulose into glucose and xylose through a hydrothermal treatment followed by enzymatic hydrolysis. So this method still involves the use of high temperature, high pressure, and also the need of cellulose enzyme. So the overall process is also costly and it consumes a high amount of energy. Therefore, there is an alternative approach where the production method does not require harsh pre-treatment steps and no need the use of enzymes by just simply pressing the frond to obtain the juice and then ferment the juice obtained with Saccharomyces cerevisiae. With this simple procedure, a lot of costs can be saved, such as equipment costs and chemical expenses for pre-treatment processes are not necessary. So from the literature reviewed in my study, utilizing oil palm frond juice is more preferable than using the dried oil palm frond because it can be obtained easily. The method is cost effective. Also, it is proven by Lee and Halim on 2014 that oil palm frond juice consists of approximately 650 grams per liter of the overall free sugar. It consists of glucose, fructose, and also sucrose. Besides this, utilizing the juice from oil palm frond as a fermentation substrate is very advantageous due to its renewability. It is inexpensive and it's available abundantly in Indonesia. So the simple step on converting the juice into bioethanol consists of fermentation with the help of Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and then next distillation to make purer ethanol, and then bioethanol was made. Also, Saccharomyces cerevisiae is more preferable than the other yeast because according to a study from Khan on 2013, Saccharomyces cerevisiae is the best yeast for conducting fermentation because it produces twice ethanol yield in comparison to the other yeast. So this is the table showing a fermentation condition comparison between 5 experiments conducted from the literature reviewed in my study. So mostly the pH ranges from 4.4 until 6, and the temperature ranges from 30 degrees Celsius until 37 degrees Celsius, and the fermentation conducted varies from 24 hours until 96 hours. All studies were done without additional nutrients, but study number 3 and 5 were optimized. It was optimized using a design expert version 7 program where a central composite design was employed, and then the central point of each process's variable was chosen based on the best condition obtained from one factor at a time method. But as we can see, study number 1, 2, and 4 were done without additional nutrient, and also without optimization, but it can still produce bioethanol. This shows that fresh oil palm frond juice itself can be a complete fermentation medium for bioethanol production without the additional of nutrients or optimization. Also, the bioethanol concentration can be very varies because the pH, temperature, and time used for the fermentation were all different, but also the bioethanol concentration will also affected by some external factors. The quality of oil palm frond juice is influenced by 2 other external factors, which is the position of the frond and the age of palm oil tree. First, the location of the frond. This is a study according to Yamada on 2010, shows that the frond that is directly connected to the inner part of the oil palm trunk most likely has higher sugar concentration than the other fronds. This is because the inner part of the trunk has been proven to have the higher sugar content compared to the intermediate or the outer part of the trunk. And also, according to a study from Srimakai on 2015, from the literature review, it shows that the volume of oil palm frond juice and the sugar concentration significantly decrease inversely proportional to the age of palm oil trees. From the experiment conducted, the higher sugar concentration in palm oil tree is the age between 3 until 4 years old, compared to the trees with the age of 5 until 25 years old. The younger the palm oil trees are, the higher the concentration of sugars they have. So it was concluded in my literature review that oil palm frond might be the best biomass waste from palm oil tree for bioethanol production compared to empty fruit bunch and oil palm trunk. And to produce bioethanol from oil palm frond, there are several factors that influence it. First is the age of palm oil tree significantly affects the concentration of sugar. So when the age of palm oil tree increases, the concentration of the sugar is reduced significantly. Also, the frond that is connected directly to the inner part of the trunk apparently has higher sugar concentration compared to the other fronds. Then the best method of utilizing oil palm frond as a raw material in producing bioethanol is to obtain the juice and then ferment the juice obtained with Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Furthermore, there are several conditions such as pH, temperature, and fermentation time that influence the bioethanol production.
Check. Okay, I think we are losing Natalie Gloria. But since actually, I think that the presentation was already finished. She had also declared the conclusion of her study. So while waiting for for Natalie Gloria to rejoin for the Q&A session, probably we can gather the questions first from the participants. And when Ms. Natalie Gloria can rejoin us, then we can start the discussion and the discussion session. Or yeah, I can probably also invite one of the co-author of the study, Mrs. Evita Legowo, to share a little bit about the state of bioethanol research in Indonesia. Ms. Evita Legowo, how is it actually now? Is it increasing in the progress, or what's actually the biggest trouble that has been the challenge of the innovation of bioethanol in Indonesia? Yes, Miss, can you please unmute first? I think you are still muted. Oh, host can, yeah.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. Yes, actually, for me, especially as an energy people from this side, that until now is a little bit sad, because if biodiesel can really moving forward, but for the bioethanol it is so difficult because we are lack of the feed, yeah, lack of the raw material. So that's why this research is try to find out ways that still contain a lot of sugar, and then we can try to move to be a bioethanol in Indonesia, because we know that now we still have a lot of we still imported gasoline, and without any additional bioethanol, it will be need a lot of money also. So I hope that this research actually can be continued and can be followed up with the higher scale, and hopefully we can be implemented also commercially. This is my hope. Yeah. Thank you, Ibu Dia.
Thank you, Ma'am Evita. So for the others probably who might have questions, this is a rare opportunity. We didn't really plan Ma'am Evita to actually join the discussion session.
Thank you.
But if you have any questions, you can also, as usually, write your questions in the chat room. We still have several minutes. Yeah, so about probably I would ask a little bit of about this research, Ma'am Evita. So as I noticed that you have been actually very much scrutinizing the opportunity to make use of the waste of oil palm plantation or palm plantations. And is it now with the palm front? Do you have like the sense of this is going to be more promising than making use of the other parts of the palm plant or the other parts of the tree? Is the palm oil or palm fronds is going to be more promising to be utilized? What do you think?
Yes, actually, for me now, actually, my next research now is I try to find out about the oil palm trunk also, because oil palm trunk is also, we have a lot also, and this actually we can use nothing about it, yeah. So it's only just for maybe for fertilizer, but it's also a lot of work has to be done in the oil palm trunk because it is harder than oil palm frond. But actually, this is the opportunity that we can use waste to be something that more useful. And to be frank, I would like really, I hope that if the pandemic is not anymore there, so we hope that we can do it, we can try it in the laboratory, and then I hope that we can hire the scale. Yeah, so this is my hope. But yes, from now is maybe for me is two actually, it is most promising. The first is the oil palm frond, and the other is oil palm trunk. Because with that, the database is still empty fruit punch, for example, this we can also convert it to be bioethanol, but empty fruit punch can be used for other energy. Thank you, Bu Dia.
Thank you, Bu Evita. Now we have several questions. If you would, we still have like around 3 minutes, and we would like to try to read several questions first. Ibu, is there any trial or experiment applied in car or public transport using bioethanol that it can convince its benefit to public? From Mr. Satya Damba.
Yeah, actually bioethanol, yes, we already, because before I worked in Lemigas, and we already started to try it in the transport, in the car, but it's not really in the public transport yet. Yeah. And in Indonesia, actually, we have also already implemented bioethanol, I think, until in the year 2007, 2008, and 2010, we already implemented actually until 2%. Yeah.
Okay.
But and then after that, because we don't have any more, the raw material is not enough. So then I think Indonesia stopped trying it 2011 something. We already tried to use it in Indonesia I think from 2007 to 2010.
Okay, I think that also relates with the second question from Dr. Yuti, that this approach has been adopted in any company on your experience. Probably it has been, but not the exact method that Miss Natalie Gloria presented, probably, yes, Bu?
Yes, it is. Not that from the oil palm frond, but we already used the bioethanol in Pertamina before. It's not a lot, but we have started to do it, but not from oil palm frond. We have to do more research, I think laboratory research to know better about oil palm frond to produce bioethanol.
Okay. The collaboration to industry, yeah, that was the same. Yeah. The related question. I think then for this method, not yet from oil palm frond, yeah, not yet collaborated with. How about the availability of the OPF to be used as raw material of bioethanol?
Yeah, OPF is actually, we have a lot you know that is so we have a lot of oil palm plantation in Indonesia. We are the biggest CPO exporter in the world. So of course the waste is also a lot. So I think it is also possible to have the. I would like to answer directly to the from Pak Henry here. How about sustainable raw material? Yes, for me it will be until now it will be sustainable if we use OPF, yeah, oil palm frond. And also may I direct answer from the Pak Sigit Haryono, Ibu Dia?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pak Sigit Haryono asking about will be the best production. Are you analyzing the freshness forms? Yes, there is. It's not yet been done. How about the freshness? Which one is the best? So, but I think for the next. From the next visit, we will go there. We will go. Which one is? How about the freshness of the palm frond? We will go there. It's not really yet. We don't know yet the result, but we will go there.
Yes.
And from Ibu Yuti, do we have collaboration with industry? As from OPF, it's not yet. But I think it will be easy if we can do that. But of course, before we work together with the industry, I think we have to go to the laboratory first. So I'm not really confident enough, if not yet in the laboratory and then going to the industry. Yeah. So thank you, Ibu Dia.
Thank you, Bu Evita, for the discussion about the research, and we hope that the pandemic will be over soon, so the research in the laboratory, the experiments can be done soon, so we can have more results about your idea in utilizing the oil palm frond. Thank you very much, Bu Evita.
Thank you.
And for the next presenter, I would like to ask or invite Mr. Dena Hendriana to present his paper, coded SEE03, with the title Simple Vertical Axis Wind Turbine for Low Wind Speed. So, Mr. Dena, your time is 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Budia, for having me in this session. I would like to share a presentation. Let me. Can you see my presentation, Budia?
Yes, we can see it, Pak Dena.
Okay.
Very clear. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I would like to present to you the research and development of a simple vertical axis wind turbine for low wind speed, done by Dena Hendriana, myself, Pak Eka Budiarto, and Pak Arko Jayadi. This work was done last year. The motivation for this work is that there are a lot of wind energy potential in Indonesia, which is around 150 megawatts, so which is quite a lot. But however, based on the information on the Indonesia wind data map, the highest of the wind speed in Indonesia is around 8 meters per second. Yeah, and in most of the area is only 4 meters per second. In the market, the existing product for the wind turbine is optimized for the speed of the wind around 12 meters per second or higher, with the cut-in wind speed is around 4 meters per second. So since in Indonesia, the speed is, there are a lot of area that has such a low speed, 4 meters per second, then which is kind of in the cut-in area. So the product is not very applicable in Indonesia due to this high cut-in wind speed. The wind turbine for low speed wind is needed in Indonesia for the application of Indonesia. And in this work, we are making research and development of the wind turbine with the speed of 4 meters per second in the design operation. Okay, and based on our previous analysis, it was suitable for this such a low speed to be in the family of the vertical axis wind turbine in the Savonius type. Okay, the reason is because it has larger blades, and it is more sensitive to the low speed. Okay, and also another good thing about the vertical axis wind turbine on the Safanius type is that we can design this type of the wind turbine in a strong way. This is the existing turbine product. This is very common, used in European, in America, such a large wind turbine, horizontal axis wind turbine with the 3 blades. The size is very tremendous. The height of the tower is around 100 meters, and the diameter of the blades can be around 70 meters. So it's very large. And for this kind of the turbine, it works really well, and the design goes up to around 11 to 12 meters per second. Okay, and also the cut-in for this speed is in the around 3 to 4 meters per second of the wind. So you can see the investment for this such a turbine is quite tremendous. However, if the energy that you are harvesting from the wind is high, then this investment can be returned in no time. Okay. However, some other methodology, some other turbine is also available in the product here. Is in the family of the Darius. It works for the high speed also. You can see on the left lower that the design is up to around 15 to 16 meters per second. However, the cut-in is also high, 3 to 4 meters per second. I also put this the range of the speed. You can see the red area, which is in the kind of in the high area, in the 6 to 8 meters per second wind. It can happen in several locations, not too many. In Indonesia, can be in Lower Java Island, in Sulawesi, in NTT, NTB, in Irian. There's some potential of area that can be used to do some kind of research for the wind turbine analysis here. Okay, so for developing this and researching this design, we are utilizing computational fluid dynamic. The software that we are using is OpenFOAM, and we use 4 meters per second as the wind to optimize the design. What we are optimizing is that the turbine blades shape, the number of the blade, configuration of the blade, etc. Okay, size of the blade, we are trying to utilize the size from the market, which is 2.4 meter to 1.2 meter. The objective of the analysis is to maximize the torque at low RPM that leads to the highest power of the turbine. The construction of the, then after we get the optimal design from the simulation, then we construct the prototype and test that in the real situation. This is the work done from the previous work. We have a 2 level of the wind turbine, vertical axis, Safanius type, and we optimize that in terms of the shape of the blades, the gaps, etc. And we have some analysis done for this one. The second year of this work also, we are making similar Safanius. However, in this case here, we are having 1 level of the wind turbine. In here, we change the shape of the blade. We optimize to get the largest power output, and also the radius, the gap, and the number of the blades. So when we have all this design done, then we compare between those, and what we can see here is that the second design is slightly better. However, since both are already optimized, then we would like to test that in the real environment. So the construction is done in the workshop close by here in Serpong area. We use the size of that market size, which is 2.4 meter. as the basic. The test is done based on the location from the BPPT result, where in that area we have such a high speed of the wind, around 8 meters per second. It is done in the one of the place post observation bulan in Sukabumi. You can see that the location is in the area of this high wind area done by BPPT. This is the test, the prototype installed in the top of the mountain. Thing that we need to worry about is the design of the turbine, the design of the tower, the foundation need to be strong enough, etc. We have in place turbine number 1 and turbine number 2, which being evaluated until now. Turbine 1 has been there for almost 2 years and it's still running. Turbine 2 has been installed for almost 1 year because of the later one. And the things that I need to emphasize here, that the design for the tower is also kind of needed for the better protection. You can see the left tower is better to cover, and also the protection, and also for the installation and for the maintenance of the turbine, this kind of tower is much better. Things that we learn is also about the foundation need to be strong enough, because in this area, this is the Pelabuhan Ratu, they have a west season wind, which can be very high, that can destroy your turbine. I have the movie, but I don't think we have time to show that. So let me skip this movie of this turbine rotating. So let me go to the conclusion. So basically in this work, we have done the development of the wind turbine for low wind speed of 4 meters per second operational wind for the 2 primary design, 2 level and 1 level design. And also we are utilizing the computational fluid dynamic to optimize the design. Verification of the design is done using the prototype. What we have learned from the prototype test is that, as I mentioned, that the 2-level design has been tested in 2 years and it's still working. The 1-level design is running right now and still for almost 1 year. What we learned, that the foundation of the turbine need to be strong enough against unexpected high wind speed during the west season in the Pelabuhan Ratu area. As I mentioned also, this turbine tower should support the turbine from the upper and lower side for better protection and for better access during the installation and maintenance. Electric generator for the gearbox right now using the gearbox system and a pulley system. However, they are not running very well. Monitoring system, since the electric generator is not working well, then the IoT kind of running of the energy and not doing really well. So the challenges from this, from what we do in this research, is that we need to be ready with the wind condition that can be very strong and destroy the turbine. And also the wind condition, even though what is in the map showing that it's a lot of wind, but turns out that the wind is only starting strong around 15, 30 all the way to 21, and it is not strong. It's not very every day also, depending on the season. Location is kind of in a high peak, and giving the challenge on the installation and maintenance. Electric generator. Right now, our turbine is running around 60 RPM. The one in the market for the generator is the lowest is around 600. So right now, low RPM generator need to be developed. Last one, the development of the monitoring system need to be working on that one. And also it requires the generator to be running and the BTS signal to be there. Next step, as I mentioned, the electric generator, monitoring system, and also longer evaluation time for the wind turbine. I think this is all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Dena, for the presentation. Now we have already received several questions, so I will go directly to the Q&A session. The first question is from Ma'am Evita. Pak Dena, with your design, what is the range of wind velocity that can be implemented? And for a continuing question was, what is your plan to continue this research?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Bu Evita, for the question. So basically, since the wind that we have in the site and also in Indonesia is around 8 meters per second, I believe that the optimal design for the wind turbine should be optimizing only up to 8 meters per second. However, the design and the tower need to be strong enough to be against higher wind speed, just for the safety and survivability. However, that the gush of high speed only happen like maybe in the 10 minutes range. But however, if it happens, that it need to be done. But in terms of the energy, harvesting the high speed, and if we design that with a very high velocity, I think we will over design the shape and also the thickness, etc. So my design can handle up to 8 meters per second, optimized, but the operation is around 4 meters per second. And things that I would like to do right now is to work with the generator, low speed generator. Right now, I have a student from MT, undergraduate, who's working on low speed generator, which hopefully when we're done, we can try that in that wind turbine.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dena. I hope that answers Ms. Evita's question. And the next question is from Pak Henry. Can this type of turbine be developed in high-rise buildings like in Jakarta? Please, Pak.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Pak Henry. This wind turbine, definitely the application can be done on the high-rise building. The size of this wind turbine is not very big, so the building can handle that. However, we need to pay attention on the vibration, that the building need to be ready with such vibration. However, in terms of the application, yes, definitely toward the maturity of the design, we shoot for the application in the buildings. Ibu Dia.
Okay, for the next question coming from Mr. Aloysius Sigit, Pak Dena, will you consider the design of the tower, the higher better input for wind speed and no obstruction for the wind entering the turbine like trees?
Yes, definitely. In terms of the profile of the wind velocity, usually the higher of the elevation is better, definitely, and also in terms of the magnitude of the wind is faster. In terms of obstacle, also less. Definitely, the higher the better. However, usually things that really constrain the design is the money. That how much is making the taller the tower, the more expensive, especially preparing for the high torque, high moment type of the building. It will require the strength of the structure also. So the money is become the constraint.
Okay, quite common problem, yeah, Pak.
Yes,
with the budget and the money funding. Okay, the last one question for this presentation is coming from Mr. Satya Damba. What was the output of the 2-level and 1-level design? If technically viable, what would be the biggest challenge to make it commercially viable?
Okay, so basically the research and development in this work have done in the simulation, And in terms of the testing, we do that in the environmental situation, which already tested to be surviving for more than almost 2 years. So that's quite a good challenge, because a lot of challenge in the wind turbine is the survivability. A lot of damaged blades that in testing that really need to be sorted out. The challenge right now is that since the electric generator is not producing electricity, I could not really study the performance of this rotation and also the electric generation of this system right now. So definitely to make this commercial, we need to have more workable with a good electric generation, and then also the monitoring with all the data from the electric generation and monitoring. Then we can see the maturity of the product, and definitely there will be some modification need to be done if there's something that we can do to optimize and to make that more commercial. Yeah, Bu Dia.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dena. We still have 1 minute actually, and there is one more question. I think we're just going to take this one too.
Okay.
Coming from Mr. Galus Setiawan, what kind of maintenance the wind turbine will need? Free maintenance or have regular maintenance?
Okay, so in terms of the maintenance, usually in the wind turbine depends on the setup. If we put the energy on electric energy in the battery, so the maintenance will be to make sure that the battery is working well, because the battery sometimes needs some maintenance. It's not really things here. And also, how about in terms of the blades? The blades is quite robust. We designed that with this good tower that protect upper and lower. It turns out to be very strong against the wind. And also the maintenance about the bearing system. The bearing system with the oil seems to be protected really well also. So in terms of the blades, turbine, it is doing well. So right now, my hope is that with this system, I can have a good generator that really get the profile of the performance better for this design. If we have that data, then definitely we will have a much better confidence to work further and commercialize this product.
Okay, wonderful, Pak Dena. We really hope that this is going to the commercialization phase really soon now, and wish you all the good luck. And for now, we actually invite you to present also your next presentation, also by Pak Dena in his other team, titled Experimental Testbed for Solar PV Battery Hybrid System. Okay. While Pak Dena is preparing, I want to remind everyone to fill out your attendance list in the link you can find in the chat room, and also please remember that by filling out the survey provided by the committee, you are going to be eligible to be included in the door prize. But make sure that you fill it out at the latest at 1 p.m. So please don't forget to fill the attendance list as well as the survey. So you have 2 links. Okay, Pak Dena is ready. The presentation is already visible, Pak. Please, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Bu Dia, for this second opportunity. I would like to present to you the work on the experimental testbed for the solar PV battery hybrid system. The team for this is myself, Dena Hendriana, with Pak Erickson Ferry Sinaga from MT, and Pak Arko Jayadi. So the motivation is also in Indonesia, even more solar energy potential in this area, around 280 8 gigawatts. So that's even higher compared to the wind. And then solar radiation is available during the daytime, while most of the household need to the electricity to be around evening to nighttime. So I'm thinking that the utilization of this research is for the household application of the solar system. The smart solar PV battery hybrid system for the application of residential house is needed to harvest solar energy during the daytime, store the energy in the battery system, and distribute the electric energy mainly during the nighttime. Testbed for this smart solar PV battery hybrid system is built to verify the concept and to identify the practical problems in the system. So let me bring to you on existing product. There are plenty of product already. However, as you can see, their products still expensive in the eyes of Indonesian, I guess. And also the capacity is also a lot of them large, and also something that we want to take some flexibility. So the benefit of our development is basically we try to have it less expensive, more flexible in terms of setting, meaning setting is like when the time, what is the amount of the power generated, etc. That's how we have the flexibility for that. And also the more source of the energy options. For instance, if in some area we have some wind available, then we can have this smart hybrid to include the wind, and even to include some micro hydro also is possible. So any electric generation can be included with our smart system, basically. However, in this research, we are not thinking to dig more on the solar PV, but we are going to utilize that. So we are just looking into the integration. Yeah, the solar PV is already mature, and we see the optimal price is already there, and the price for the solar panel now is very affordable. So the methodology that we do definitely is to look for the literature review and market review to find the good system, the hybrid system, as the initial design, to calculate this is the important part, to calculate and estimate the available solar energy in the site that you are trying to analyze. That's also very important because we cannot. You have to know how much energy there available. Okay, then after that, knowing what is the energy there, then we start to design the smart solar PV, and we want to use this inexpensive polycrystalline solar panel and also the battery because we want to use that during the nighttime. We use this automotive battery and also affordable inverter and charger in the market. Okay, so you can see we are getting some product with the basic functionality, and then we put the smart controller that we are developing based on the Arduino Mega microprocessor. So the target of the application is the household, mainly used during the nighttime. The first step is to estimate how much is the energy. You have a software available that you can use, that you can calculate in anywhere in Indonesia with this software. It's free. It's based on the irradiation calculation with the weather data. This website is very useful for data estimation. In my place here, on my site, that on the test site here, based on 1 kilowatt installation, we expect to have around 1,200 kilowatt hour. So daily estimated is around 3.3 kilowatt per day. Okay, so as I mentioned, that this is based on the data, NASA data, weather data. Okay, so the way we have it for the test, we would like to investigate several setup for the battery. I have this 4 group of the battery that we look for. So then the configuration that we have is that 1000 watt peak of the solar panel will goes to the charger, and the charger goes charging the battery group, and the battery group is of the 3 large with the I even tried something different also. I tried the wet and the wet and also the dry free maintenance type of the battery. Then during the nighttime, I also have the inverter. The inverter is around 600 watt. So my setup, we have a flexibility of the setup here, that during the nighttime from 6 until 6 in the morning, if it can, then it will be on when the battery is larger than certain voltage. In my test is 3.31 watt, 31 volt. And I want to make it maximum, so I put that maximum 2 units running simultaneously. However, it turns out from the first experience that the battery turns out to be less capacity. Then I need to utilize the energy during the daytime also. So I turn on the inverter when the voltage is kind of high, which is 42 voltage. Okay, and also stop still in the high, which is 37.5 volt. So you can see the flexibility of the on and off the inverter can be done with this smart system here. This is the prototype that we talk about here, with the 4 set of the test group here. The battery is they are lead acid battery, such as available in the market. And then the smart system microcontroller is on the right lower on the box there that I put to control the system. Based on the test result, something quick here, I measure the AC output to the installation of the house. For the 9 days, I have 64.2 kilowatt hour. While if I measure that from the DC side, I'm getting a total of 83 kilowatt hour for same day, which is 9 days. So based on that information, then I can estimate what is the efficiency, which is 64.3 divided by 83, which is around 77% of the inverter loss, converting from the DC to AC, which is interesting because the spec is saying 86%. So that's something also about inverter. And then the hybrid system, this is the interesting part. For the 3 and 4, they are more productive than 1 and 2, with the daily 2.9. However, the 1 and 2 looks to be only small, 1.7 kilowatt per hour, while from the calculation, it's supposed to be 3.3. So the battery 3 and 4 group, they are very close to what is expected. However, there's something that we need to investigate. The 1 and 2 that's not producing very complete. This is the result on 1 day test to show how the voltage. I'm getting only the voltage. I couldn't make the system running, measuring the current. So I have to rely on the voltage. What you can see that the voltage, the green and the blue, the green is number 1, the blue number 2, is starting at 18. However, there's something stopping them around 1812. That's something that I have to investigate why. That it turns out that based on the spec, the inverter running when the voltage of the PLN is higher than 190. It turns out in my side of the test, the voltage can drop lower than 180. So then the inverter has to stop several times. And in this day here, you can see that the run of the battery go all the way to around 2240. So which is kind of long, but not long enough to really utilize 3.6 kilowatt hour with the 600 watt that's supposed to be 6 hour running straight, which is not what we have. Another
Excuse
thing
me,
that we look.
because the time is running out, you have 1 minute left.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll do it quickly. So another thing that I look into also the wire condition, that the hardness. It is necessary for you to pay attention on the wiring. It needs to be thick enough. Conclusion is that we already have developed the test bed for this one. What we learned from this test is that the kilowatt hour is not achieved, and then inverter efficiency is less than the specification, and then also the battery is not working really well also, not the capacity that they specify, and also the things important is also inverter voltage is not really well with our situation. So the challenge, as I mentioned here, about the inverter, that with the voltage and also the efficiency, and then also we need to pay attention on the wiring that need to be good enough, otherwise some hazard issue, the safety issue. And also if you use lithium ion, be careful, because if you overcharge, it can explode. And also the last one here is that we need to find a good DC current. What next step here is that we need to look a better battery that with a good capacity, with the inexpensive one, with the longer life. And second, to get a good inverter that can run with 190, lower than 190 volt. Okay, and with the higher efficiency of the DC to AC. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dena, for your second presentation. Now, I'm going to directly read the question coming from Mr. Niki Prastomo. Excuse me, from Mr. Satya Damba. First, Pak Dena, if comparing to the existing service from PLN, how much the power that the 1 kilowatt power installation or 3.3 kilowatt hour per day be suitable for household supply?
So the 1 kilowatt can produce daily around 3.3 kilowatt hour, depending on the usage of the household. If the household is kind of not really utilizing a lot of energy, so really it depends on the lifestyle of the house, basically. So, and then typical 1 kilowatt hour in Indonesia area is around 3 kilowatt hour. Typical 1 kilowatt solar panel. Yeah. So then, if your house needing around 10 kilowatt hour per day, then you basically need 3,000, etc. So really depends on the lifestyle. However, you need to think about the battery right now. The battery technology for supporting this solar panel is not really working well, or too expensive. If you go with a very expensive one, definitely you can have a nice product. However, too expensive, it means that the investment is high and the return will be kind of not really interesting. Yeah. So really, so if we have a good battery, if right now the technology is ready when there is no battery, it means that no hybrid. It's just basically having the solar panel with the inverter, and then the energy of the electricity from the solar panel is directly used without any storage. Then with that situation, the investment can return nicely around 5 years to 8 years. However, with the battery, it's still not very attractive. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dena. Second question is from Mr. Niki. Is there any possible imbalance of charge and discharge of the batteries used? Some batteries are more charged and drain more than others. Thank you.
Yes, in this project, that's the reason why I look into several kind of the type of the battery. That's why I have that in the several groups, and I try to evaluate how they are performing. So from my experience, the wet battery is more robust in terms of the free maintenance battery. Free maintenance battery is kind of similar to the wet. However, they use some kind of the valve to protect the evaporation. However, the robustness for the wet battery is more robust. Now, in terms of the balancing, my suggestion is that you should not use different type of the battery in one bank of the group, because then, as you mentioned, the imbalance of the battery will reduce the optimal energy being absorbed by the battery. The battery will be driven by the weakest component. So definitely mixing battery is not very recommended for that because of the balancing. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Pak Dena. The next is from Ibu Evita, probably more of a comment rather than a question. Very interesting, Pak Dena. One of your problem is with the battery. So I would like to suggest, because we have Prof. Agus here, maybe we can work together with UNS. That's a very good idea, and I hope this can also continue to further research together.
Definitely, yes, definitely. If I also make a comment that I would like to work together with Pak Agus, maybe with different type of the battery also. Pak Agus looks to be specializing on the lithium. Then we can try that with the lithium, but also the other type of the battery can be also interesting. I'm thinking to have cheaper battery that I look into the literature with the aluminum, with the type of the battery. So yes, I would like to do that, definitely, Bu Evita. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Pak. And one last short question before we end this session. Practical question from Mr. Aloysius Sigit: how the system will be integrated with PLN? On or off grid?
Yes, actually, that's the interesting question. Yes, which I did not pay attention to the detail there. Yes, the development of our test bed here is on grid. So it's an on grid type of the inverter. What is the benefit of the on grid type of inverter here is that we can supply energy to the household without modification of the electric installation. So the interesting part of this inverter is basically the energy coming from the inverter will be absorbed by the household quicker or before the PLN. What happens is that this inverter will provide slightly higher voltage than the PLN. So by having that higher voltage, then that guarantee that this energy, that's source of energy coming from this inverter will be absorbed before the PLN. So what happens if the power being absorbed is less than the power being supplied by the inverter, the voltage will still up. However, when the voltage cannot hold that, then it will go down to the PLN. And then after that, the PLN will handle the voltage for the household. So that's how it works. Thank you very much for that question.
Okay, thank you very much for answering all of the questions, Pak Dena. Very interesting indeed. We have sensed a very big interest coming from the participants. And thank you all the participants for the participation and active cooperation in the session. With the presentation of Pak Dena, I would like to also end this session. And before we have a short break, I would like to invite everyone to turn on the video for a while so we can have a group photo. And I probably would like to also ask the help from the operator to take our photo together. Okay?
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more thing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, itu selesai Bu.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Teti. Thank you everyone once again for joining this session. We will have a very short break until 11, and please make sure you come back for the parallel session 5 with the chair, Mr. Dena. And during the break, I remind you once again to fill in the feedback form and as well your attendance list. Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you Bu Dia.
Thank you, Bu.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a
Welcome back to this parallel session number 5 in room number 3. Right now, we are entering this session. We're going to have 3 of the presenter today. Let's open for this first presenter with the code of SEE05. Pak Ahmad Jihad, Mr. Ahmad Jihad, he's going to present his paper, Effect of Zinc, Copper, and Mangan Dropping on the Structural Characteristic of the Lithium Mangan Cobalt Oxide, NMC622. You have 10 minutes, Pak Ahmad. Go ahead.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
To share screen. Okay. Yes. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Jihad. I'm from Smart University. I want to take this opportunity to share my research about effect of zinc, copper, and magnesium dropping on the structural characteristic of NMC622. Lithium-ion battery are rechargeable battery that has numerous advantages. Nowadays, lithium battery have successfully utilized energy, storage, and power sources in electric vehicles, military space, and medical devices. The cathode is an essential component of lithium battery because it's fully responsible for the lithium-ion transfer process. NMC is one of the cathode with some advantages such as high capacity, high thermal stability, and low cost. However, it still has several limitations such as low electronic conductivity, severe capacity decay, and instability of nickel ions. One of the promising methods that can improve NMC shortcoming is by using metals as a doping element. In this paper, we performed doping on NMC622 material using zinc, copper, and magnesium as a dopant element with different composition and determining each characteristic doping sample using X-ray diffraction analysis. For the experimental, first synthesis of NMC precursor, nickel sulfate, mangan sulfate, and cobalt sulfate were dissolved using aqueous and stirred until homogeneous. Ammonia and the oxalic acid solution were added and stirred. The slurry was filtered and the precipitate is washed until reached natural pH. The residue was dried and ovened for 12 hours. This precipitate was labeled as an NMC precursor. Second, synthesis of zinc oxalate. Zinc sulfate solution was mixed with the oxalic acid solution, then the solution was aged and filtered. The precipitate is zinc oxalate and ready to use. Third, synthesis of copper 2 carbonate. Copper 2 sulfate solution was mixed with ammonium bicarbonate, then the solution was aged and filtered. The precipitate carbonate was ready to use. Fourth, synthesis of magnesium hydroxide. Magnesium sulfate solution was mixed with sodium hydroxide solution. Then the solution was aged for 24 hours and filtered. The precipitate was dried and magnesium hydroxide was ready to use. And the last is synthesis and characterization of NMC cathode. Lithium hydroxide from NMC and the doping material was added to the NMC precursor and then ground and mixed. The mixture was heated and furnace in the furnace and sintered under flowing oxygen. The mixture was crushed and the XRD pattern of the sample was analyzed using X-ray diffractometer. Okay, this is for the result. For zinc oxalate, this is the result. And this is for magnesium hydroxide and copper 2 carbonate. And the characterization of each materials from the figure A, B, and D are suitable with previous XRD pattern. Thus, we can conclude that the synthesis reaction was successfully performed. And for figure C can be attributed to the pure layer structure of NMC cathode material XRD pattern from previous research. Thus, the reaction of this this reaction was successfully employed. Next, for the XRD analysis of doped NMC sample, as shown in the figure, it can be observed that almost all the sample have an identical peak with pure NMC. The sharp peaks at 2 theta angle of 15 and 20 degrees and 40 to 40 degrees indicate that the NMC material has high NMC with copper content 5% and 10%. There is a new peak at 2 theta angles of 25 to 2 degrees, which indicates the presence of the copper oxide phase. Based on the figure, we can be concluded that the doping of magnesium and zinc were successfully conducted with no secondary trace detected, while the copper doping is successfully conducted when the concentration of the copper was less than 5%. This is for the lattice parameter analysis. The C per A value of the lattice parameter is a direct measurement of deviation of the lattice from the perfect cubic closed Peck lattice. Since the ideal cubic closed Peck lattice has C per A value of 4.899, the greater C per A ratio indicates a more ordered layered structure and the easier of the transfer of lithium ions. From this figure, we can conclude that not all of the sample have C per A value of more than 4.899. After the doping process, the NMC shows C per A values change. As we can look at the figure, the C per A can change toward dopant composition and types. Next, for the error coefficient analysis, the error coefficient is related to the hexagonal ordering of the materials. The lower R value shows the better hexagonal ordering of the materials. Error coefficient can be calculated using this equation. All of the sample have an R value of less than 0.45, which is indicated an excellent hexagonal ordering of the lattice. Next is I003 per I104 ratio analysis. To find out the inclination of cation mixing occurrence, we can the ratio of 003 peak and 104 peak. The higher ratio of this parameter leads to decreased cation mixing. Based on this figure, all of the sample have the possibility of cation mixing, but values for the lowest value of this parameter is for sample NMC copper with 10% analysis. It indicates that the sample has the strongest possibility of cation mixing than other samples. Okay, next for the crystal diameter analysis. Crystal diameter of all samples were measured using the Beer equation. And this is the equation. The biggest crystal size for the sample is NMC with 10% of magnesium composition. And the smallest crystal size is for the NMC sample with 3% of zinc doping. And the conclusion is the biggest C per A value was established at 3% of zinc doping. Magnesium doping with 1% composition in NMC material shows the lowest R value, and the smallest possibility of cation mixing than other sample is NMC with 3% of zinc composition. For the crystal size, the biggest crystal size is at 104 peak form when we introduce magnesium with 10% composition, and the smallest crystal size at 104 peak form when we introduce zinc with 3% composition. Okay, this paper is, I want to say thank you for your attention, and we hope this will be beneficial for you as it is for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad, for the presentation. It is very interesting material of the presentation here about the battery. Now let's open for question and answer. Please, if there's any question, let me read here. There's a question from Bu Sylvia. What is the consideration in choosing doping material for lithium-ion battery, Pak? That's a question for you.
What is the consideration? Because zinc, this doping has cheap and environmentally friendly. So we are choosing this doping for this NMC material.
The MNC, can you explain more? The MNC, those are including the lithium or not?
Of course, it is include the lithium.
Okay, so the question is that why do you choose the zinc? Why do you choose the copper and magnesium in doping? That was, I guess, the question.
Okay, I want to show the structure. This is the structure of my material.
Okay.
So from the previous research, why I choosing zinc, copper, and magnesium, because they are cheap, because the material is easy to get, and this material is environmentally friendly. So we use this material as the doping of NMC 622.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ahmad. Please, any other question? If you have any question, you can write down in the chat, or you can also say it directly in this presentation. While waiting, then maybe I should ask Pak Ahmad. There's some question that I have here. You mentioned about the XRD analysis, Pak. That looks like for the content of the material purity, ya Pak, ya. Just wondering what is the purpose of that, and how big is that machine? I just wondering if you can explain that machine to do the measurement for that. And another question from me is that do you have also the test with the voltage and current and the capacity that you have done using your new material, Pak?
Okay. For the electrochemical test, we will do it in the future because there's a time limit in my research. So it will be next. It will be next of my project. Okay. Excuse me for the first question. Please repeat it. Pardon me. I can.
Yes.
I can understand.
The question. Yeah, you mentioned in your presentation there's a XRD analysis that you mentioned with the graph, XRD graph. Just wondering what is the purpose of that XRD analysis, and how big is how does the measurement done by what tools?
For the measurement, we use XRD diffractometer in our lab, and for the software, we are using an Origin software to process the data. So there are. This is. Wait a minute. So there are four. This is the data that I can conclude from that I can get from the XRD analysis. This XRD is actually a structural studies for affect the electrochemistry, but the electrochemistry we will do it in the future. For the XRD, this is the result of the data that I processed. there are lattice parameter, air coefficient, I003 per I104 ratio analysis, and crystal diameter analysis.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ahmad. There's another question here from Bu Evita. What will be the advantage to use zinc, copper, and magnesium in doping the MNC? That was the question in the chat.
What is my doping? Because the way I choose that dopant material, because from the previous research we can conclude that it can be in improving the structural characteristics of NMC material. So we are hoping for the future it will be next research that do more than dopant. Then I think try another methods like ferro or etc. I think that.
Okay, thank you, Ahmad. Is there any other question? We still have time. We have 3 more minutes. So while waiting then question, then Ahmad, I have some question here. Based on your graph here, you are trying to optimize the graph here. You want to have as high as possible crystal diameter, or what is the logic for this slide that you have, the figure 6?
What's the logical?
Yeah, what is the thing that you try to optimize on your graph? That looks like one of them is saying the size of the structure, etc. What can you explain?
Okay. For the optimization, I want to my target is high I0. The target is high I003 per I104 ratio analysis. After that, low air value, and my wish is this can be as low as possible for the air coefficient, and for the crystal is high as possible.
Okay. Can you explain why those are points that you are looking for?
For the air coefficient. In general, my purpose is to improving all of structural properties. So all of this experiment is to improving the structural properties of NMC 622. All of this. So if this has great structural characteristic, it will be have a great capacity of the battery.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ahmad. I think the time is up. Thank you very much, Pak Ahmad, for your presentation. It's very interesting topic that you have. Let's move on to the second presentation for this parallel session with the code SEE06 by Pak Hafiz Husairi with the title of the fabrication of high performance 18650 type NCA graphite cylindrical cells. To Pak Hafiz, please.
Okay, wait.
You have 10 minutes, Pak Hafiz. While waiting, maybe if you have any question for the participant, please write down in the chat so we can read that question after done the presentation.
Okay, I will
Go
start.
ahead, Pak.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Hafid Kushairi. I am currently studying in chemical engineering major. I want to take this opportunity to share my
Sorry,
research.
Pak Hafiz, can you put it in the slideshow, the presentation, to make it larger?
Okay. Okay, wait. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to take this opportunity to share my research about fabrication of high performance 1860 type NCA graphite cylindrical cell. Lithium-ion battery are type of secondary battery that can be recharged and reused for multiple times, leading the future technology of energy storage. This battery has advantages as lightweight, low cost, high energy density, no memory effect, environmentally friendly, and high safety. Compare any previous generation of secondary batteries. The essential component of lithium-ion batteries include cathode, anode, electrolyte, and separator. Okay. One effort to increase the capacity of battery is by modifying the supporting material of the positive cathode. Most commonly used active material are LNCA, LNMC, and LVP. LNCA cathode material is currently applied to the transportation sector and stationary system because it has high working potential, high energy density, and low cost. Some relevant parameters that affect the performance of the LNCA cathode are active mass loading, porosity, the composition of active material, binder, and conductive agent. In this work, research was carried out to determine the effect of formulation on active material and conductive additive on the LNCA cathode to obtain high capacity and high performance lithium-ion battery. Experimental. In this study, several formulations were made for the composition of LNCA cathode. The first formulation labeled as NCAA was containing 3.5% KSC. The second formulation, NCAB, was containing AB with 3.5% NCAC. NCAC had KSC AB ratio of 2 to 1.5, while were mixed using a ball mill to make it homogeneous. The cathode material slurry was composed of LNCA, AB, KSC, PVDF, dispersed in NMP solvent. The anodes were composed of MCMB, AB, CMC, SBR, and Aquades. Okay. Material characterization. All battery material were purchased from Ceylon, China, and were used without any further treatment. LNCA, graphite, KSC, and AB were characterized using X-ray diffractometer scanning electron microscopy, and surface area analyzer. Fabrication of cylindrical cell consists of electrode coating, cylindrical assembly, and electrolyte filling. All of the starting material of the cathode and anode are separately mixed into vacuum mixer to get homogeneous slurries. Then its slurry was coated on the surface on the current collector, where the cathode slurry was coated in aluminum foil, while the anode slurry was coated in copper foil using Dr. Blade automatic coating machine. The coated foil were dried and pressing using rotary pressing machine. Cathode separator and anode was rolled using manual bending machine into the cell roll. The cell roll were inserted into a nickel and stainless steel case that had an anode tape weld to the bottom side. Finally, the cell were injected with electrolyte and sealed with a cell cap in the glove box under the argon environment. After it's for 12 hours, assembled battery are prepared for analysis using a X-channel battery analyzer to measure capacity and cycle performance. Result and discussion. Figure 1 display the XRD pattern of the starting material. Figure 1.A show the XRD spectra of NCA starting material, which is correspond well to a layered structure of alpha sodium ferric oxide. Based on the result of the XRD analysis, the KSIC raw material used is compatible with graphite crystal, with a very dominant peak at 2 theta diffraction angle of 27 degrees. The acetylene baked or AB raw material is also compatible with graphite crystals, but slightly different from the crystal structure on it. Okay, which is not as high of that of KSIC material, indicating less crystallinity properties. In addition, the XRD test result graphite also compatible with graphite crystal with a very dominant peak at 2 theta diffraction angle of 27 degrees. No impurities detected from all the starting material, which is conclude that the raw material have a high purity and further measurement and evaluation of cell performance can be purely referred to the material only. Okay. This is the PET test. The specific surface area of the sample was calculated using PET. From the PET test result, AB material has a larger surface area than KSIC, which is 135.8 meters square per gram. Okay, next. This is the same study from this picture. The KSIC raw material has flake or flake shape, similar to cornflake, which are very uniform, which is ranging from 1 to 3 micrometer. The raw material AB has spherical as and agglomerate from, which is ranging in the nanometer range, or we commonly call is nanoparticles. Graphite raw material has a slightly rock shape or roughness and as primary grain with size ranging in the range of 10 to 50 micrometer. The chemical composition of the all raw material consists of 100% carbon as shown in the table 2. Okay. Next is the electrochemical performance test. The electrochemical performance of NCA graphite cylindrical battery was measuring using BTS software. Based on the result of the NCA battery formulation charge-discharge analysis shown in figure 3, there are several differences in the value of battery capacity and specific capacity of the battery. NCAC batteries with the combination of KSIC AB 2 to 1.5 have the high with the 3.5% of KSIC content, 67.1 milliampere hour per gram.
Pak Hafiz, 1 more minute, Pak Hafiz.
Okay. Okay. Figure 4 present the cycling performance of the NCA cell for 6 cycles using 3000 milliampere current rate. Based on this result, it can be concluded that the high content of AB result in the lower overall capacity, but higher cell capacity stability. Based on the characteristic result, the surface area of AB is significantly higher than ESIC, which has the electron transfer during charge discharge a higher current. This can be the reason why NCAA has a poor performance when charged and discharged on higher current, 3000 milliampere. However, since AB has low density, the overall cell capacity is lower compared to other samples. Conclusion: high amount of AB show better cycling performance, but low specific capacity to the larger surface area and the low material design. High amount of KS6 result in poor cycle performance due to the low electron transfer ability. Based on the overall electrochemical performance test, the highest specific capacity and retention was achieved was KS6 AB ratio is 2 to 1.5. It is concluded that the overall composition as conductive agent surface area greatly affected in the performance. Thank you for your attention. We hope this will be beneficial for you and it is for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hafiz, for the presentation. This is very interesting. Let's open for question and answer. Let me read a question here. Okay, it was reported that yeah, your connection for the PC seems to be going up and down, so there's a problem. Let me read what. There's a question from Bu Sylvia. What is the purpose of BET analysis? Is there any standard for the surface area of the material?
The purpose. Okay, I will answer it. The purpose of BET test is to evaluate the surface area of AB and KS6. High surface area mean is high conductivity, proven by the sense of charge discharge analysis. And about the standard is no standard about this.
Okay, thank you, Pak. So just for the for more question, please any participant please write down in the chat. While waiting, Pak Hafiz, I would like to ask several questions. First, your project got supported from Pertamina. Is Pertamina interested on the battery technology? Second, you mentioned the same thing. There's a XRD, there's a SEM, there's a BET. Following from the same from Bu Sylvia, can you explain more on those analysis and measurement that you do, that XRD, SEM, and BET? What is the purpose for those individual tests, and what is thing that you're looking for from those measurements?
Okay. Yes, this XRD test, SEM test, and BET test is the purpose is the material characterization. For the material characterization, sir.
Is for you maybe it's clear about characteristic, but for me it's not very clear about characteristic. But can you explain more about what characteristics that you are looking for those things? What that you're looking for, the content, the size, etc.
To analyze of the about purity and the morphology characteristic, purity and the morphology of the material like as AB, KS6, and graphite.
Why do you need those measurements, Pak Hafiz?
Wait, thank you for the question. Wait, from the answer is okay. I will answer is as the measurement is to assure the material use is in the good properties in the to assure the material all the raw material is in good properties. Sure.
Okay, Pak. Thank you. There's another question coming from Bu Evita. Let me read the question here. What is actually do you mean with high performance type of cell?
The meaning of the high performance is the high capacity and the high rate.
Okay. Okay, Pak. My first question you didn't answer about the Pertamina, Pak.
Oh. Okay. The answer is the developing the electrical vehicle.
Electrical vehicle?
Yes.
But Pertamina will lose his business now because they are producing oil.
Wait. In the future, sure. In the future.
Oh, okay. In the future, so the future business for Pertamina is doing some battery. I guess that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Pak. Is there any other question? We still have 1 minute. Any question? Just something quick then, because we just there's no question. Let me ask one question about that discharge that you test, Pak Hafiz. Can you explain more about the graph? Which one is the charge, which one is discharge, and the voltage that you are working on looks like this is a lithium battery, I guess, right? That's why you have such a high voltage. How many cell is this, and can you explain what this test?
The many of cell is 4 cell, which get called NCA, NCAB, NCAC, and NCAD. The curve of discharge is in my pointer is the discharge curve in the charge curve. Okay.
Okay. Is this individually one cell? Yeah, it's not being put series or something, right? Is that correct? This is one cell.
No, it is 4 cell.
You put it together, or the cell, or
no.
parallel set or series?
No, it's individually cell.
Okay, so then in the test, in this individual, just one cell, but you do it in for 4 of the batteries, right?
Yes, 4 times.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Hafiz. I think time is up. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting topic of your work. This is very valuable. Now let's go for the third presentation with the code of SEE07 by Renaldi Virgiawan Rifki Pradana with the title of the heat treatment strategy to improve the structural characteristic and electro performance of lithium, magnesium, mangan, cobalt, cathode material. For Pak Rinaldi, time is yours. You have 10 minutes, Pak Rinaldi. And for those, for the participant, if you have question, please write down in the chat. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Pak Rinaldi.
Yes. Hello everyone. It's Renaldi Firyawan Divikardana. I'm a student of Chemical Engineering at Semarang University. On this occasion, I with my team will present a project with the title is Heat Treatment Strategy to improve the structural characteristic and electrochemical performances of NMC622 cathode material. In this modern era, there is an increasing demand for electric vehicles as environment-friendly transportation. One of the important components in the manufacture of electric vehicle is batteries, especially lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are categorized based on the type of cathode they contain. NMC is the one of lithium-ion battery which has several advantages, including high specific energy, power density, long life cycle, and low production cost. Over time, NMC622 batteries have been developed. NMC622 is believed to have high capacity and stability even with low cobalt and high nickel content. In this paper, NMC622 cathode material is synthesis by co-precipitation and followed by high temperature lithiation and sintering. The heating rate during the sintering process varies from 7.5 and 10 degrees Celsius per minute. As a simple strategy to obtain the density of NMC622. NMC622 was synthesis via precipitation with mixed nickel sulfate hexahydride, mangan sulfate monohydrate, and cobalt sulfate heptahydride, followed by addition of ammonia solution and oxidation. The dried precipitate was mixed with lithium hydroxide monohydrate, then heated in a coke furnace at phase heating of 7.5 and 10 degrees Celsius per minute. The cathode has been formed will be mixed with acetate black and polyvinyl chloride. The mixture formed will be coated in aluminum foil and assembled into lithium-ion battery. All of the peak can be directly mixed with NFC peak reference or CCPDS card. Moreover, all the samples have sub-peak, specifically at diffraction angle of around 18 to 20 and 43 to 46. It can be concluded that crystalline of NMC622 cathode material is successfully synthesized with heating rate of 7.5 and 10 degrees Celsius per minute. However, if we zoom at peak 104 in figure 1b, you can see that there is different height. Increasing heat rate also makes the height of the peak increase. Thus, it can be predicted that the crystallinity of the material is increased when the heat rate is increased too. In figure 2, so the R coefficient of NMC cathode at various heating rate. Based on the figure, all samples have R coefficient value below 0.45. It means that all samples have good hexagonal crystal structure. Based on the figure 3, NMC cathode material with a heating rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute has the biggest crystal size than other. The size of the crystal will decrease when the passing of optimum heat ring. In this case, the optimum heat rate at 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute. The decrease of the crystal size is caused by the large heat rate. The parameter shown in figure 4 can be used to evaluate the degree of atomic ordering of a layer structure. Increasing the heat rate also makes this parameter value increase too. But when it reaches at optimum point, its parameter value will decrease. This means that NMC with the heating rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute has a good and ordered layer structure, which is predicted with have better lithium-ion pad transfer during the charge-discharge process. The size at figure 5 was less than 1 micrometer, which is micron particle. The smaller particle has a larger surface area. Larger surface area promote lithium-ion chemical performances. In figure 6, the initial discharge curve of NMC 622 sample. The specific discharge of NMC sample at heating rate variation of 5, 7.5, and 10 degrees Celsius per minute is 102, 130, and 121 mAh per gram. This result is good agreement with the XRD analysis, where the energy at heating rate 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute has the best structural characteristic. The capacity retention of NMC with heat rate 5, 7.5, and 10 degrees Celsius per minute is 92, 95, and 94%. Again, this phenomenon is considered with XRD analyzed in the order at 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute. Conclusion: NMC synthesis is cold precipitation followed by high temperature and 10 degrees Celsius per minute during the sintering were updated. In the XRD analysis, we can see that the energy at heat rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute have as advantages more over than other variation, such as the crystal size, transfer value. Analysis confirmed that the polyhedral shaped submicron primary particles are formed at a heat rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute. Based on the charge-discharge analysis, it can be concluded that the high capacity discharge of NMC 622 was achieved at heating rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute with a capacity of 130 mAh per gram and has the highest capacity retention of 95%. From the XRD analysis and electrochemical performances test, it can be proven that increasing the heat rate during the sinter process can increase the capacity of the NMC 622 cathode. But there is an upper limit of 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute. And I think it's enough. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Rinaldi, for the presentation. Your voice is kind of breaking up. It's not very clear, Pak, unfortunately, but we can see your presentation clearly. However, the voice is kind of going up and down. Let's have it for question and answer. How about the audience? Are they okay following the presentation? Or do we want to have a quick, can you test your voice, Pak Rinaldi? It looks like when you say something, it's not very clear. Pak Rinaldi?
Hello?
Yes. Can you say something? It looks like your voice is breaking up.
Test.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. All right. So let's have a question and answer. Is there any question? Anybody can write down the question? Can you, while waiting for the question, Pak Rinaldi, can you show me where the graph that you mentioned to lead your conclusion that you have 7.5 Celsius per minute is the best?
Yes, in figure 6, it's figure that specific capacity NMC622 at the heat rate 7.5 degrees Celsius is the best specific capacity. It's 130 than other variation.
I see. So based on your electrochemical performance test, it indicates that your 70 Celsius per minute is the optimal.
Yes.
And you mentioned also in terms of the structure also with that 7.5. Can you say something about that 7.5 centigrade per minute? What makes it different in terms of the structure, Pak?
Sorry, I can hear.
Can you explain maybe with that 7.5 the crystal size is larger? Is that what makes it better? Is that what your conclusion?
Yes. The heat rate of 7.5 degrees Celsius is have the bigger crystalline size than other variation, and the lattice parameter is the higher than other variation too.
I see.
And the R coefficient is below of 0.45. That is good.
I see. Okay. Can you explain why with that what you mentioned that crystal size need to be as large as it can, and then also the lattice parameter to be as high as possible that make it better? Can you explain why physically?
In the crystal size is bigger that is pretend that the high crystallinity of the material, and the lattice parameter it's the better than other variation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rinaldi. Is there any other question from the participant? Any question? Okay, we still have 4 more minutes. Any question? Okay, Pak, can you go to the conclusion? I have some question about the conclusion, Pak, while waiting. Oh, there's a question actually. There's a question, Pak, before my question. From Bu Sylvie, based on overall analysis, which variation show the best performance? That's the question, Pak. Can you hear the question, Pak Rinaldi?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, the question is based on overall analysis, which variation show the best performance?
The best performance is 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute. The heat rate is 7.5 degrees Celsius per minute.
Okay. Okay, so that was the best performance. Okay, very good. Is there any other question from the participant? Okay, maybe last question from me then. I guess we still have 2 more minutes, but how is the test on the heating? How high is the temperature? Can you show the detailed temperature going up and down the way you do the test? How high is when you do the heat treatment, Pak, of the temperature? Pak Renaldi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? My last question, Pak Rinaldi. Can you tell us the heat treatment that you mentioned here? How high is the heat going up, and then how do you change the rate of the heat, the temperature drop, etc.? Can you explain more on that?
The temperature at the sintering process is 900 degrees Celsius per degree Celsius and until 20 hours.
And then how do you control the drop of the temperature from 10 Celsius per minute to 7.5, and also there's a 5 Celsius per minute? How do you change? What variable do you control in your test?
We control the time of the sintering, that the heat rate is different, 5, 7.5, and 10 degrees Celsius per minute. That temperature is
okay.
Yes, can I answer your question?
Okay, just wondering, how do you control the rate, is that any variable in your setting in the test to increase that different temperature? Is that what?
Just set the time of the sintering process.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Pak Rinaldi. Okay, I think that's conclude our presentation for this session. Thank you very much, Pak Rinaldi, for this interesting topic here. The variation of the performance due to the heat treatment of the battery in the manufacturing. This is interesting. Thank you very much, Pak Rinaldi, for the presentation. Now it ends our session. We would like to have some picture together. Bu Teti, if you can help on organizing the pictures taken. Please turn on your camera so we can have the picture together.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Oke, satu lagi. 1, 2, 3. Satu halaman lagi ya. 1, 2, 3. Pak Dena, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Tati, for the photo taken. This ends our parallel session until we're going to have another parallel session number 6. It will start from 1 o'clock, so you will have a lunch break until 1 o'clock. Please join us on the next parallel session on the room number 3. Okay, have a nice break. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Dena.
Thank you.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being ignored.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU has been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang, and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspects, social and community development aspects, and product responsibility aspects.
Panasonic.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instruction. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU has been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch, Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
There are many ways that you can protect yourself from diseases, malware, from other people, like really bad people that can harm you and your family.
I think it is good for you to know. Let's start from now.
Well, we sort of discussed a lot of things, from stuff about medicine, antioxidants and the free radicals, and besides that, we also learned more about cyberbullying as well as methods to protect our private data.
Ya, pertama saya pikir lomba sains biasa ya. Saya diundang jadi juri, waktu itu juga nggak tahu seperti apa. Begitu di media sosial tersebar tema-temanya jadi heboh gitu. Kemungkinan ini pintu baru untuk bagaimana mengajarkan soal sains.
Terutama kepada kedua orang tua, saya mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas perjuangannya. Saya bisa ke Jakarta juga butuh banyak perjuangan. Mungkin karena saya juga kelas 3 SMA, maka sangat sulit membagi waktu antara ujian dan juga untuk persiapan lomba ini. Namun, syukur alhamdulillah ternyata masih diberi kesempatan meskipun banyak harus dikorbankan, tetapi mendapatkan hasil yang sepadan.
It's not about the materials that we learn, but how we learn the subject. They had fun learning the cycles, they had fun learning the reaction, and they even want to learn more and more. And I think that should be the important part of teaching and learning.
I think board game is a unique way to help students better in learning process.
Maybe rather than listening to teachers, so it's a little bit boring. So yeah, rather games more fun.
So I came here today because we're looking for new people to join our company. We're looking for smart people, innovative people, people that care, people that are compassionate, and also people that want to work hard and that are accountable.
after you graduate, just be confident, be innovative the way you think to open all your opportunities in the biomedical engineering department. Usually with that, all the hiring manager and hiring rep will see you as how you see yourself. So just be confident and you'll do that.
Penerbangan menuju Semarang akan ditetapkan dalam waktu 44 menit. Cuaca di perjalanan dilakukan rawan dan mengalami sedikit jalan pada terbang. Cuaca di Sumatera.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just landed at Amakan International Airport. Welcome to Semarang. Please remain seated until there is a water parking station and the bus seatbelt sign is off. Passengers with vaccination are requested to contact our staff in Plaza.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang, and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects. Corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspects, social and community development aspects, and product responsibility aspects.
Panasonic.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instruction. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU has been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Today I learned that there are many ways that you can protect yourself from diseases, malware, from other people, like really bad people that can harm you and your family.
I think it is good for you to know. Let's start from now.
Well, we sort of discussed a lot of things, from stuff about medicine, antioxidants and the free radicals, and besides that, we also learned more about cyberbullying as well as methods to protect our private data.
Ya pertama saya pikir lomba sains biasa ya. Saya diundang jadi juri, waktu itu juga nggak tahu seperti apa. Begitu di media sosial tersebar tema-temanya jadi heboh gitu. Kemungkinan ini pintu baru untuk bagaimana mengajarkan soal sains.
Terutama kepada kedua orang tua, saya mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas perjuangannya. Saya bisa ke Jakarta juga butuh banyak perjuangan. Mungkin karena saya juga kelas 3 SMA, maka sangat sulit membagi waktu antara ujian dan juga untuk persiapan lomba ini. Namun, syukur alhamdulillah ternyata masih diberi kesempatan meskipun banyak harus dikorbankan, tetapi mendapatkan hasil yang sepadan.
It's not about the materials that we learn, but how we learn the subject. They had fun learning the cycles, they had fun learning the reaction, and they even want to learn more and more. And I think that should be the important part of teaching and learning.
I think board game is a unique way to help students better in learning process.
Maybe rather than listening to teachers, so it's a little bit boring. So rather games more fun.
So I came here today because we're looking for new people to join our company. We're looking for smart people, innovative people, people that care, people that are compassionate, and also people that want to work hard and that are accountable.
course, after you graduate, just be confident, be innovative the way you think to open all your opportunities in the biomedical engineering department. Usually with that, all the hiring manager and hiring reps will see you as how you see yourself. So just be confident and you'll do that.
Penerbangan menuju Semarang akan ditempuh dalam waktu 44 menit. Cuaca di perjalanan dilakukan rawan dan toleransi jangan pernah terbang. Cuaca di Sumatera Selatan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just landed at Amakan International Airport. Welcome to Semarang. Please remain seated until there is a point of parking station and the bus seatbelt sign is off. Passengers to vaccination, I request consult and ground staff in transit.
Good afternoon, all the presenter and the participants. Thank you for joining us in the last session of the panel session of Sustainable Energy and Environment. My name is Sylvia Yusri and I will be the chair for the first three presenter in this session from SEE 8 until SEE 10. So for all the presenters, please prepare your presentation. You will have 10 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes for the question and answer. And for the other participants, if you have the question related with the presentation, please write it in the chat box and I will read it after the presentation. And now for the first presentation for SEE 08, I will invite Mr. Cornelius Satria Yuda from 11 Maret University. He will present his research with the title of The Synthesis of Zinc Oxide ZNO, the synthesis of zinc oxide from zinc-based fertilizer as a potential and low-cost anode material for lithium-ion batteries. So for Mr. Cornelius, please. Are you ready, Mr.
Yes.
Cornelius? Yeah.
I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the committee for giving me a chance to present in EcoNetC 2020. My name is Anjas Prastia Hutama, and I represent my team to zinc oxide from zinc-based fertilizer as potential and low-cost anode material for lithium-ion batteries. To mitigate the current and future energy crisis, many researchers have redirected their focus on green and renewable energy come from sunlight. Harvesting electrical energy directly from the sunlight has become one of the main interests in developing sustainable energy industry. Among various attempts on solar energy utilization, solar cells are considered highly promising to be adapted for large-scale power plant. Solar cells have been commercialized widely, which help reduce the overall fossil-based energy of main country, thus contributing towards greenhouse gas emission level decrease. The battery is a device that can convert the chemical energy it stores into electrical energy that can be used by the device electronic. In everyday life, there are two types of batteries, namely batteries primary that can only be used once, and secondary batteries can be rechargeable. Lithium-ion battery consists of a cathode, anode, separator, and electrolyte solution. Zinc oxide, or ZNO, has been utilized for various applications related to current energy solar cell and as anode material in lithium-ion batteries, which is environmentally friendly and low production costs.
Sorry, Mr. Anjas, we cannot hear your voice. Are you there? I think it's disconnected. Because there is a problem in the connection, we will show the video of the first presenter for the session. Can you unmute the audio?
Test. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, my connection is unstable.
Can you continue the presentation?
Yes, I will repeat my presentation. Zinc oxide, or ZNO, has been utilized for various applications related to current energy harvesting technology. For instance, ZNO has been used as photoanode in solar cell and as anode material in lithium-ion batteries, which is environmentally friendly and low production cost. In this study, zinc oxide powder was synthesized via precipitation of zinc sulfate fertilizer using sodium hydroxide, oxalic acid, and ammonium bicarbonate, followed by high temperature calcination to obtain final ZNO product. The use of ZN-based fertilizer can greatly reduce the overall production cost of material, which is an important aspect and consideration for large-scale manufacturing purpose. Synthesizing ZNO powder station. In the study, zinc oxide powder was synthesized via precipitation of zinc sulfate fertilizer using sodium hydroxide, oxalic acid, and ammonium.
It's disconnected. So Anjas, please unmute your audio. We cannot hear your voice. Hello.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then the ZNO sample were characterized using SRD and mixed with artificial graphite to obtain ZNO graphite composite anode via solid state grinding. Result and discussion. This figure shows the SRD spectra of ZNO precursor obtained from various precipitant. Figure A display the ZNO precursor via hydroxide precipitation route. Figure B show the ZNO precursor obtained via oxalate precipitation, and figure C present the XRD spectra of ZNO precursor from carbonate precipitation. All of the diffraction peaks are in agreement with zinc carbonate diffraction pattern with triagonal structure, which correspond to PDF part number 83 1765. The spectra of sintering of various precursor can be seen in this figure. High intensity and sharp peaks and smooth baseline indicate that the powder has high crystallinity. The crystallinity size of ZNO precursor and ZNO powder sample are listed in table number 1. The crystalline size are calculated using de Beyserer method. From table number 1, the largest crystallite size of precursor and final product was achieved by ZO and ZNOP respectively. And then 10% ZNO graphite blending and composite sample XRD spectra are displayed in this figure. The diffraction patterns show the presence of graphite paste and zinc oxide paste in every sample. There is no significant difference between blended sample and heated or composite sample. And then electrochemical performance of ZNO graphite composite from various ZNO precursor was analyzed by measuring the charge and discharge capacity of LFP ZNO graphite cell, where the ZNO graphite sample were applied as the anode material. This figure displays the charge and discharge curve. The specific capacity and measure based on LFP weight basis. Based on the figure, the highest initial specific discharge capacity of 88 mAh per grams was obtained by cell with ZNO-B graphite anode, which is higher than the capacity of cell with pure graphite as anode. However, ZNO-A and ZNO-C have lower capacity compared to pure graphite. The reason behind this phenomena is still unsure. However, based on XRD analysis, it appears that the precursor characteristic affect the final capacity.
Sorry, Mr.
And then
Andres,
conclusion.
you have 1 minute.
High purity. Yes, thank you. High purity zinc hydroxide, zinc oxalate, and zinc carbonate is successfully obtained from precipitation of zinc-based fertilizer. The zinc-based precipitate can be easily converted to ZNO via high temperature, sintering at 500 degrees Celsius. All of the ZNO sample have good crystalline properties and Wurtzite structure. Based on the charge and discharge analysis, the highest specific cell capacity was obtained by ZNO from zinc oxalate precipitation, which also has higher cell capacity compared to cell with pure graphite as anode. Morphological and surface chemistry compared to cell with pure graphite as anode. Morphological and surface chemistry analysis of ZNO graphite anode material from various precursor are important steps to be conducted in the future. in conclusion, zinc-based fertilizer derive ZNO as a promising anode material for lithium-ion batteries. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anjas, for the next presentation. So it is about the developing of the low-cost material for a lithium-based battery. So I will read the question from the chat box. The first question is from Mr. Heri Susanto. The question is, what is the yield of the zinc oxide and is it economically beneficial? Can you hear my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, I will answer the question. Thank you for the question. Yes, it's economically beneficial. The yield is about 85%. It's economically beneficial.
Is there any question from the participants? We still have 3 minutes before we start the next presentation. Okay, Mr. Anjas, can you, this is the question from me. Can you show the slide about the synthesis of the material? I see that you need potassium hydroxide and sulfuric acid. I forgot about the slideshow, but I think it's in the beginning part.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat this question? I can hear.
Okay, I think we have another question from Ms. Evita Logowo. The question is, do you already study also about the commercial value using zinc-based fertilizer? You can see the question in the chat if you cannot.
Oh yes. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Not yet. I not yet studying. Study also about the commercial value. I'm not yet study. In the future, we will focus on the evaluation of commercial value.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anjas. I think the time is up, and this is the session for the question and answer. So thank you for your presentation and also your explanation for the question. Okay, and next we will start with the second presenter with the code of SEE09. Mr. Agustinus Haryadi. So Mr. Agustinus Haryadi is from Mercubuana University, and he will present their research about the strategic energy management model in a cement plant in Indonesia. So you can start the presentation, Mr. Agustinus.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Sylvia. Can you see my my slide already? Hold on, I'm not familiar with the.
Can you start the slideshow in the presentation?
Okay. Hold on. Have you seen the slide already?
Yeah, but yeah. Okay. You can start.
Okay. I can start, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of presenting our work. So I do the work with Ibu Prapti. Actually, there are two papers for that. This one is related more on the text, the qualitative approach, and the other is actually the more on the numbers, the quantitative approach. But for this presentation, I will present only for this qualitative. Is the slide moving? Because I lost the slide in my computer. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you click the slideshow option?
Sorry, I'm
So
not
we
familiar
can,
with this.
see it clearly.
Oh, sorry. I cannot move the slide. I don't know how. Is it moving, the slide?
Yes, this is slide number 2.
Slide number 2. Okay. Let me do. So the reason for the research is that there is a cement plan that demanded to conserve energy by Ministry of Environment and Forestry, by Ministry of Energy and Resources. There is a national environmental performance called proper. There is also a regulation that for 6,000 tons of equivalent to have energy management, and then that the energy is getting expensive and expensive. The problem is the cement plant does not have anything to do with energy management. There are only energy practices in place, scatter things, something like that. So there is a high demand in one set, and then there is no any everything to start with. So the issue is how to whether to start with the existing practices, which model actually to be chosen, to choose the ISO model, to choose the management strategic model, or to choose the regulation-based model, something like that. And then there is also a requirement from the management to integrate the energy management system to the already other technical aspect in the company, such as environmental management. So there is a big gap between that, and then the question is where to start with the model that will suit the development. So we have this 6-month what to call it activity. In the beginning, that's the situation, and then based on the literature that the model of the Peace and Robinson providing management strategic give a more focus on the strategic aspect. And then the ISO model, as we know, that give more on the operational aspect, but a bit weak in terms of strategic, that kind of thing. And then one literature say that in order to establish a management system, energy management system, you need to divide, to make the relationship between the element of the management. So this is a complex operation, a cement plant relating to more than 1,000 people, that kind of thing. So you need to draw first before you decide which model will be chosen as the basis of the development of this energy system. So if you overlay between the management strategic model by Peace and Robinson, and then the ISO 15001 model, roughly you've got this kind of picture. Yeah, so this is the first integration, the first start for them. It is still abstract. It is still obscure for the company, and then they start to develop the model. So we are, as the author, visit them regularly, by which we apply this methodology. So the nature of the study is that the phenomenon is that there is no energy system in place, and then we need to interpreting the phenomenon, the progressing phenomenon from the initial up to the end, up to the timing that decided to be the final of the process. And then we take like abduction approach. Yeah? So we use a model from the Peirce and Robinson. We use the model from the ISO to see the process of this energy management system development. And then we use the exploratory. So we will explore what the result of this activity of the the participant of the case study. So this is the case study. The boundary itself is the activity within the SMAN plan in East Java. The boundary is in the energy thing, yeah, energy management system. And we do observation interview. So along the way, company, every month, we ask for there is a meeting, something like that. Sometimes we are into what happened of this participant doing the project development. After that, there is some research question to guide us why such energy issues are not put in the strategic level, and what energy management in place, as I mentioned before, and then how to develop energy management system in such a situation. So at some point, as I mentioned, that whether to use IMS, whether to use ISO, whether to use PP70 from government. It will go to the data collection. So the three participants mostly is he is a general manager and a manager and supervisor. Yeah. But actually we meet many people. We meet staff from other function. Even we meet a representative from risk-based department, because then the issue related to this risk-based management. So that's the main internal participant. We have also two participants from external, yeah, who are actually international auditor. So we like to have time to observe the process of evaluation twice occasion, and as well as we interview them as regard to they comment on the developing energy management system. So this is the result. It shows that finally they've got a customized energy management system model. If you compare with previous, there are many changes that we still have some strategic factor at the top, and then at the left you have more on the energy technical things, yeah, as a part of this energy management system model. There is additional laboratories and opportunity, because as I mentioned, that a request to integrate between energy management system with environmental management system with quality management system. And at the right, that's to accommodate the requirement of the major important stakeholder, the government. Yeah, all the demand are mostly coming from the government. Next is the result. So actually, after the process, they've got that they have a vision and vision in place, so they don't have to develop something, and then they find that analysis of external context and internal context is very important, they will keep it from the next process, and then they define like impact category to familiarize between everybody the strategic what you call it, strategic factor, yeah, which are not familiar, people more familiar with operational thing, and then the risk, so as I mentioned before, and then we can see that there is additional activity in the company to define a strategy even in the mid level. Yeah, previously strategy is just given from the top or even given from the corporate, and then they just execute it. So there is a system for that to be established and is down, as well as the long-term objective. Yeah, this is a terminology from strategic, which actually the starting point of the project when they shifting from overlaying 3 models into 1 model, and as well as action plan that's contributed from the ISO to make sure that everything is plan, do and check and act. And then also a new thing to make correlated risks and opportunities with significant energy use. That's the result. Another result is it is only some question that we asked to participants. Actually, there is a developing and changing question along the process, and then the last 3 questions is also ones that we give to external participant. By that, the result of this research is that the EDIM is the energy design and implementation model is able to meet internal and external requirement. Yeah, the internal means they have a system now already in place, and external is to meet the requirement of certification body, which will evaluate periodically as well, and to meet the demand in strategic level. As I mentioned that the initiation of the activity is to meet the energy performance, to meet the what you call it, the certification, to meet the establishment of energy management. The limitation of the project is that although it is not part of the research plan, there was an occasion to gather the 5 major participants, but finally we cannot have a group meeting to confirm everything. That's the limitation we meet during the project. And then the contribution is that this energy management system model is can be used in any industry. Yeah, and I think other plant and other industry can refer to this process and use it as to improve what they intend to make the increasing energy performance. And the what you call it, recommendation with that in the same cement plan, I think we can start with the quantitative research. Yeah, now we can correlate between the factors. We can see how the cause effect, something like that, anything. Yeah, before that we have nothing to start with the what you call it, research to make such correlation. I think that's from me, Ibu Sylvia. If any comment or question, I will happy to respond it.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agustinus. It's a really nice presentation and also interesting topics. And I will start the question and answer with the first question from Evita, Ms. Evita Legowo. Okay. question is, it looks like you want to answer the assignment from the several ministries with one model. Why is that? The first question.
Sorry, can you repeat it? It is that I have. Yes.
Okay. It looks like you want to answer the assignment from several ministries with one model. Why is that? Yeah.
No assignment from the ministry. Yeah, actually the plan. The plan is demanded by the market. Yeah, demanded by the government to meet such requirement. If you are in Indonesia and you are part of the proper, you know the proper, Ibu Silva. Yeah. If you are a part of the proper, you have to have energy management system. You have to show that you have good energy performance, something like that. At the same time, they have to meet the government regulation number 70. So that fact, as well as that, they have to show to the, what you call it, Ministry of State-owned government that they operate efficiently. That's independent situation, and then they ask for a training, something like that. With that, and then we have what you call it, a connection. Then we can start the research on that respect. So there is no assignment actually, but because there is a necessity to establish a system, then we come into to do the research.
Okay, and the second question, so coming from Ms. Evita. Do you think your model can be used in another industry?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, because actually when we study the literature, most of the literature are showing that industry or factories take ISO for 15,000 as it is. Yeah. But according to our evaluation, according to our experience in other thing, we see that ISO 15,000 has a weakness in strategic thing. Yeah. So if we need to improve this energy management system, actually you need to add the strategic thing, which refer to this management strategic literature, that kind of thing. That will be complete. So basically, yes, it can be what you call it. It can be applied in any industry, and any other industry, but you need to do it customized. From our research, you cannot take a template model, something like that. Yeah, as I saw in the slide, there is overlay of the model. It looked like okay, but at the end, the model is very different. So customized is the answer of this kind of energy management system development.
Okay, Mr. Agustinus, we still have 2 more questions, but I think we can answer this second question from Budia Indriani. Is there any plan to include the utilization of renewable energy in the strategic SAM?
Oh yes. That's I think now the plan need to address any external demand. So if in terms of energy, we know that the demand is to see more friendly energy sources, environmentally friendly, something like that. It must be taken by the upper box of the model. Anything from external are taken in, and then what you call it, do the evaluation in terms of risk and opportunity. If okay, and then go along the process, going down going down to the bottom of the model. So yes, then that's the trend of the demand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agustinus. Thank you for the explanation. Actually, we still have 1 question in the chat box, but I think the time is up, so you can answer it directly in the chat box. Okay, thank you, Mr. Agustinos.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And now, the next presenter with the code of SEE10 is Ms. Dede Liazariatin from University of Pancasila. So Ms. Dede will present her research with the title of The Analysis of Gravitational Vortex Turbine Performance. So Ms. Dede, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, session chair, Ms. Sylvia, speakers and participants of ECONETSI 2020. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to us in this respectful event. My name is Dede Liazariatin, and I'm here to present our research article entitled of Analysis of Gravitational Water Vortex Turbine Performance. Okay. Hydropower is one of the renewable energy sources provided by nature. Generally, hydropower uses water sources with specific height, like a natural waterfall, or even make a dam. Sometimes it is challenging to find a waterfall or high water source, and costly to build the infrastructure. However, some technologies make it possible to build a power plant using a low head water source, such as a cross-flow turbine, horizontal spiral turbine, turbo, Kaplan, and gravitational vortex power plant. A gravitational vortex power plant uses a water vortex or water wheel flow to rotate the turbine and generate power. The advantages of gravitational vortex power plants are that it can be operating in the ultra-low hydraulic head, low cost, environmentally friendly, especially for fish, water plants, and microorganisms. The water vortex principle was introduced by Victor Schauberger, and then it is developed by other researchers. One of the water vortex turbine designed by Davis S. Sanders was patented back in 1978. As shown here, that the runner placed on the upper basin. Meanwhile, the other figure shows a recent patent by Slagmuilders in 2017. Slagmuilders put the runner in the bottom basin. Another experiment facilities was developed by Nishi. With this facility, they deliver several articles about its performance, hydraulic loss, and flow behavior. And another test experiment facilities was developed by Salim to investigate the effect of height, runner position, submerge of blades, and other parameters. This research aimed to develop a laboratory-scale single-stage gravitational vortex power plant as a testing facility for further research. The developed vortex power plant's performance was examined with 3 different blade material to find out the effect of blade material on power generated and the hydraulic efficiency. The research was begun by designing and manufacturing the gravitational vortex power plants. The vortex basin consists of 2 circular pools. The first pool is where the blades is installed. The other pool is where the water pumps from the tank. And then it flows from the second pools to the first pools due to the gravitational height differences of 0.4 meter. The basin is made of stainless steel 304 with diameter of 560 millimeter for each pool. The The next step was testing the developed gravitational vortex power plant. There were 3 runners tested in the experiments as shown here. It is made from 3 different material, which is stainless steel, 304, aluminum alloy 5057, polyvinyl chloride, or PVC. Okay. Sorry, I have to go back to the previous slide. Okay. It has 4 straight blades with a thickness of 2 millimeter, and each runner overall weight, including its shaft, is 5.5 kilogram, 3 kilogram, and 1.9 kilogram. Okay. The figure illustrates the water flow in the testing. The tank here stores the water. It is pumped by a water jet pump through a pipe and delivers to the vortex basin. The water hits the runner and then rotates the generator shaft, and a tachometer is used to measure the rotational speed. Meanwhile, a voltage and current measurement was performed by a dual module DSN VC288. Sorry, there is a chat. Should I read the chat first?
Which one?
I see. Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's pumping up on my screen.
Okay. Maybe I think you can read it after the presentation.
Okay. So I finished my presentation right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, because it keep on pumping on my screen. Thank you. Sorry. And then here hit the runner, and then the electric power was measured by a dual module DSN VC288. It is put inside the electric panel equipped by 2 LED lamps here, and a stopwatch and measuring bucket were used to measure the water flow manually. A valve is placed here on the pipe. It is regulate the water flow. 5 valve opening of 30, 45, 60, 75, and 90 degrees, which is the fully open, were assigned. Theoretically, hydraulic rated from a hydropower plant can be calculated by using this equation, where the rho is water density with the value of 997 kilogram per meter cubic, and G is the gravitational with the value of 9.81 meter per second square. Q is the flow rate with the units of meter cubic per second, and H is the height differences of head in vortex power plant with the value of 0.4 meter. In the hydraulic power calculation, the flow rate unit converted to a meter cubic per second. However, to maintain the experiment data consistency, the graph is written in liter per units. The experiment was performed in the laboratory with a room temperature of 29 degrees Celsius and humidity of 77%. 3 independent variables of shaft rotational speed, electric current, and voltage were recorded. The electric power is the multiplication of electric current and voltage. This figure shows that the rotational speed of the shaft generator produced by each flow rate as the valve opened gradually. It can be seen that the runner made of PVC has a deficient rotational speed compared to those from aluminum alloy and stainless steel, especially in low flow rate when the valve open in 30, 45 and 60 degree. When it's open 90 degree, the maximum rotational speed was achieved. This figure shows the power generated by each runner. It shows that the runner made from stainless steel 3 or 4 generated higher power than aluminum alloy and PVC, which is 3.9, 3.4, and 3.3 respectively. The maximum efficiency was achieved by stainless steel with the percentage up to 31.8% compared to its hydraulic power. The efficiency of the developed Vortex turbine could be improved, for example, by modifying the runner shape and dimension. Both figures, 6 and these figures, both of them, this figure shows that there is a correlation pattern between the blade runner material to produce rotational speed and electric. Each blade runner has a different weight because it has a different density. This figure shows that the heavier the runner, the higher the power produced. The correlation of runner weight to rotational speed is statistically significant. It can be proved by a p-value of 0.038, which is less than 0.5, and Pearson value of 0.998. The equation here shows the regression equation of weight effects to rotational speed for this experiment. And then here, this is the regression equation for affected to the power generated. It is also shown that it is statistically significant with a p-value of 0.036 and Pearson value of 0.998. So the conclusion of this research is, in this research, we are develop a laboratory scale gravitational vortex power plant and 3 different runners made of rust resistant material, stainless steel, aluminum or alloy, and PVC were tested and generated electric power of 3.9 watt, 3.4, and 3.3 watt, and it can run a 3 watt LED lamp. The hydraulic power efficiency is up to 31.8%. The blade material with different weights significantly affects the generator's shaft rotational speed and the electrical power generated. It can be concluded that material with higher density will be heavier and will generate more electrical energy. Our conclusion concluded this presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dede, for the wonderful presentation. So now I will open the Q&A session. For all the participants, you can write the question in the chat box. If you have a question related with the Bu Dede's presentation. Okay. Okay, Bu Dede, maybe for the first question is from me. For the research, you three types of the material were used in the development of the gravitational vortex of the wind turbine. So why you choose the 3 material?
The reason I choose the material?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, those 3 material is water resistant. So it cannot, it's not corrosive, and it is safe to be put in the water for a long time. That's why we use those resistance material instead of maybe cast iron or something like that. That's the reason.
Okay, now we have the first question from Bu Evita.
Okay.
The question is, it looks like that in your experiments you do not measure yet the HAP. Do you plan to do it?
As I mentioned before, that this gravitational vortex power plant, this kind of micro hydropower that use a low head, and I mentioned that in the presentation that the head of these facilities is 0.4 meter. 0.4 meter. However, this is the advantages of gravitational power plant, that it is operating in a low head. So it can be placed anywhere as long as there is a waterfall such as a river with a strong flow rate. So it is very promising in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dede. For the next question is from Pak Samuel Kusumo Cahyo. The question is, what about the mechanical properties of the polyphenol chloride in comparison to steel?
Okay, of course, it is very different. If we talk about the mechanical properties, first of all, about the strength of material. For PVC had less strength of material compared to steel. And the most significant that we are investigating in this research is its density, the weight behavior of each material. So in this experiment, we try to compare those 2 or 3 with aluminum alloy material properties to generate power. As we know that PVC is very cheap, less economical steel. But however, it is the stainless steel give more energy power than the PVC. I think that's my answer.
Okay, thank you. And the third question is from Pak Eka. Is there a minimum speed of the water? Is the gravitational vortex turbine?
Okay, thank you, Pak Eka, my colleague from SGU. Okay, there is no minimum power, minimum speed of water. Even the slowest flow rate of water, as long as it can rotate the runner, that it can be generate power. As long as it can rotate the runner and then rotate the generator shaft, then it can generate power.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dede. Thank you. I think the time is up. So thank you so much, Bu Dede, for the presentation and also the knowledge you shared with us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this is the last presenter in my session. So I would like to say thank you for all the presenter. And for the next session, the chair station will be Mr. Heri Susanto. So please, Mr. Heri Susanto.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Sylvia Yusri. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So starting from now until the end of today's session, I will lead the discussion. So my name is Heri Sutanto. So I'm going to call for the first presenter on this session. It will be from a research group from 11 Maret University. They are Nashita Vivi Amalia, Wahyudi Sutopo, and Muhammad Hisham, with the title of Technopreneurship and Innovation System, a comparative analysis for the development of batik wastewater treatment equipment technology in Indonesia. So I would like to call, I think this one is Ibu Nashita Vivi Amalia. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so Ibu Nashita, you have the time for presenting your research results, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I will introduce myself. My name is Nashita Vivi Amalia, and my lecturer, Professor Wahyudi Sutopo and Dr. Muhammad Hisham. We are from 11 Maret University of Surakarta, Indonesia. I will present my paper with the title is Comparative Analysis of Innovation Process in Batik Wastewater Treatment Equipment Technology in Indonesia. Okay, batik is a handicraft as a result of integrated coloring using hot wax or batik wax as a color barrier with the means of sticking batik wax in the form of a written chanting and or chanting chap to form curtain motif that have meaning. And the number of batik small medium enterprise reached 49,000 and batik craftsmen in Indonesia reached 200,000 people or 20% of the total national textile small medium enterprises. This is data for Ministry of Industry. And the disadvantages of the batik industry in Indonesia, the waste treatment is very poor. It contradicts to government regulation of Republic Indonesia number 101 of 2014 concerning the management of hazardous and toxic waste. In the table 1, show that the characteristic of liquid waste in the Pekalongan River with the parameter pH, BOD, COD, TSS, chrome total, phenol total, oil and fat, and sulfate. Search from Minister of Environment. It takes a new technological invention to reduce and even eliminate batik liquid waste. Several innovation technology development of wastewater treatment equipment in Indonesia. First, combat or electrolyte coagulation and ozonization of batik waste from Diponegoro University. And second, wastewater treatment plant from Center of Craft and Batik, Yogyakarta. And then electrodegradation equipment by 10 November Institute Technology. And the last, electrolytic dye ether or ElectroDE by Gajah Mada University. The market success or failure of batik wastewater treatment equipment technology is determined by the way they make use of the basic elements shaping creativity, innovation, and competitiveness worldwide. Commercialization technology of wastewater treatment is being targeted to be able to environmental pollution. It hopes that technopreneur, company, or incubator can help marketing this product to be mass production. But not all technological innovation can be present in the market. There are plenty of untold stories of invention that never saw the light of day, and many potentially breakthrough ideas fall into the so-called technological valley of death, due to a gap between academic research and industrial commercialization. An improvement is needed by presenting technopreneurship and innovation system in batik wastewater treatment equipment technology innovation management, which will be studied in this paper. And this is a method. This paper conduct a comparative analysis of the development of batik wastewater treatment equipment technology in Indonesia with the framework. One, innovation as a management process include create innovation, development of prototype, patenting, marketing, and production. And the second, the type of innovation include market pull or technology push, open innovation, and or closed innovation. And the last, the role of
Technology Transfer Office include commercialization and incubation. Result and discussion. Innovation as a management process. This is a table comparative according to innovation process. Compare for the equipment from innovation, feasibility study, development of prototype, patenting and approval, marketing and production. Feasibility study usually prepare for business startups, expansion, modernization, restructuring, and diversification. This phase is particularly critical for innovation driven by technology-based entrepreneurship to occur. The knowledge required at this stage comes from formal R&D. In this stage, the idea on paper is translated into a physical product or process, and its production feasibility is assessed. Patenting is the right grant an inventor by the state or government, which allows that inventor to include anyone else from commercially exploiting his invention for a limited period, usually 20 years. We can show that technology combat reach patenting and approval, and electro-DE reach marketing, but have not production, mass production. And the second, the type of innovation. Compare a market pool versus technology push and open innovation or closed innovation. Batik wastewater treatment equipment is included in the technology push because are made by research and use of technology that will become market needs in the future. And then the development of batik wastewater treatment equipment such as Combat, WWTP, BBKB, ITS equipment, and electro-DE, the innovation has several deficiencies. The fourth equipments have to need developed. It means that innovation include to open innovation because hope to doing improvement against feature and other. This innovation equipment can create the new market, not only treat a batik wastewater, but also textile wastewater. This is a figure of open innovation from idea, external technology, and from research to development. And for output, current market for batik small medium enterprise, and can create new market like textile firm. And the last, the role of technology transfer office. Commercialization, a technology resulting from the invention that has technology readiness level 7 that can follow the stages of commercialization technology carried out by technology transfer office. It means that the innovation reach a prototype level. Technology transfer leads to commercialization of research. Commercialization of research as a result emphasizes contribution of university to transfer knowledge and technology, where university has doing the management of TTO, incubator, entrepreneur center, and internal fundings to innovation result of commercialization. And the role of TTO in incubation, based on the steps of incubation process. Fourth, innovation equipment just till the pre-incubation step. All equipment arrive in TRL7. It means that prototype has been created. For develop to incubation process, need a funding from venture capital firms or a government or any inventor already too. The TTO can help to searching a funding and commercialization. There are business opportunities to market this product because bearing in mind that this tool is used to meet environmental issues and Indonesian national standard requirement for batik small medium enterprise must manage the environment properly. Government regulation of environment encourage small medium enterprise to using this technology. The role of TTO is required and become the key to success in marketing of this technology. And this is the figure of process TTO by oversight by technology transfer office, like ensuring finding and completing research, to core function of the technology transfer office, innovation disclosure, patenting, to licensing agreement or spin-out venture, and then technology transfer return, get royalties, and trade sale. Now, conclusion. Comparative analysis of the batik wastewater treatment equipment technology development has been carried out. This paper provided a study of innovation model that is suitable for a technological based on comparative study between 4 innovation products. The electro-DE equipment is reached to marketing and wait for TTO incubate it. The combat is reach to patenting in the innovation process, and the other two just reach in prototype development. The fourth of batik wastewater treatment equipment technology is classified in technology push because are made by research and use of technology that will become market needs in the future. It also classified in open innovation because it can, It also classified in open innovation because it can open their innovation process beyond company boundaries and can discuss with the other company and may collaborate for developing new innovation product to continuity technology. Based on the analysis that has been done, technology transfer office are the key of success in managing batik wastewater treatment equipment and innovation. I think enough. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nasita, for your presentation. I would like to open the Q&A session for this presentation. Is there anyone who would like to ask questions or comments? Maybe while waiting for the other questions, I have something that I really want to understand. It's about the electro-DE. You explained about electro-DE. Can you a little bit elaborate? What is it? Is it something like an equipment or a system? Yes, please.
Electro-DE developed by Gadjah Mada University. It designed based on electrochemical technology by using particular electrode.
And then, yeah, how does it work? I mean, is it something that to overcome the wastewater problem from the batik industry?
Sorry?
Can you explain a little bit about the principle of how does it work?
So, like filtering from ozonization for puring wastewater batik wastewater, for puring batik wastewater.
Okay, so it's a new technology, or it's just a development of current technology or the previous technology?
For Gadjah Mada University, it's a new technology. But in Indonesia, there are several technology innovation about batik wastewater treatment. But I choose for technology because limitation. So I think this is a new technology for Gadjah Mada University.
Okay, so in your research, it haven't been implemented in the real field. So you're not the one who are doing the direct experiment in the wastewater.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have we have another question. First is from Dr. Samuel Kusumo Cahyo. How many percent of the batik industry in Solo have already have this wastewater treatment plant? Can you respond?
Okay, thank you for the question. In my paper, I choose case study in Pekalongan, Pemalang, and Tegal. So I have not know about batik industry in Solo.
Okay, and maybe in Pekalongan, do you have any idea?
In Pekalongan, for combat, have applied in 2 small medium enterprises. For the technology combat, have been applied in 2 SMEs, batik industry in Pekalongan.
Okay, Bu Nasita, but we still have one question. I think we still have the time. This is from Dr. Diah Indriani Widiputri. From your experience during this study, where you compare different technologies from batik wastewater treatment, what method is the most commonly applied these days in Indonesia to treat this wastewater from batik? Is there already an application of batik wastewater to produce something like biogas maybe? Since from your data, the BOD and COD numbers are considerably high.
Okay, I just compare the technology innovation. I not have data for BOD or COD, but for combat, Bijats can eliminate has been tested on Kecambah, still a leaf it planted using treat wastewater during 1 hour. But to produce biogas, not already.
Okay. Okay. So thank you, Ibu Nasita, for your presentation and your response during the Q&A. However, for the attendee, if you have questions, you can just contact directly Ibu Nasita for further discussion. Thank you, Ibu Nasita. So I would like to call the next presenter. It will be from, again, Universitas 11 Maret. So Ibu Nasita, again, you're going to present the paper. Yes. Okay. Okay. So please, for the second title, determination of the allocation for recycling and collection centers of batik wastewater treatment equipment. Please, Ibu Nasita.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will repeat my introduction. My name is Nasita Vivi Amalia, and my lecturer Wahyudi Sutopo and Muhammad Hisham. We from 11 Maret University of Surakarta, Indonesia, and I will present my second paper with the title is Determination of the Location Allocation for Recycling and Collection Centers of Batik Wastewater Treatment Equipment. Batik is a handicraft as a result of intricate coloring using hot wax or batik wax as a color barrier with the means of sticking batik wax in the form of a written chanting on a chanting chap to form curtain motif that have meaning. And the number of batik small medium enterprises reached 49,000 and batik craftsmen in Indonesia reached 200,000 people, or 20% of the total national textile small medium enterprises. This data from Ministry of Industry in 2017. The disadvantages of the batik industry in Indonesia that waste treatment is very poor. It contradicts to government regulation of Republic Indonesia number 101 of 2014 concerning the management of hazardous and toxic waste. And this is the characteristic of liquid waste in the Pekalongan River with the parameter pH, BOD, COD, TSS, chrome total, phenol total, oil and fat, and sulfate. The search of Minister of Environment. It takes a new technology invention to reduce and even eliminate batik liquid waste. Several innovation technology development of wastewater treatment equipment in Indonesia are combat, electrolyte coagulation and ozonization of batik waste by Diponegoro University. And the second, wastewater treatment plant from BBKB or Center of Craft and Batik. Electrodegradation equipment by 10 November Institute Technology, and the last electrolytic dye ether or ElectroDE by Gajah Mada University. On this case, I choose combat. And combat eliminating waste to improve the quality of batik so that Indonesian national standard, batik standards are met, and it is expected that the demand will increase. The commercialization of combat is expected to be able to help the batik industry in protecting the environment and hope to increase the demand. A good business requires an efficient supply chain network design. And this is figure of combat. Number 1 is electrocoagulation. And number 2, electric module. Number 3, carbon filtration. Number 4, ozonization for purifying the wastewater. And this is the characteristic of supply chain network design of combat, from supplier to batik, industry batik, and then to collection center and recycling center. But in this case, recycling center from collection center will be back to supplier as a recycling center too. And this is the supply chain network design of combat, from supplier as a recycling center too, and batik to batik, industry batik, from industry batik to collection center, and from collection center to supplier or recycling center. Supplier or recycling center in this paper is Kramat and Petarukan. It's determined from availability of material combat in Tegal, and Petarukan from a center of assembly machines in Pemalang, to a industry batik determined from the center of batik production in each region. Batik Center Pekalongan is in Buaran, Wiradesa, and Kedunguni. It obtained from a search engine that 3 area is the most of batik smash center in Pekalongan, and in Pemalang just Taman, and in Tegal, Talang, Slawi, and Dukuturi. For a collection center determined based on the destination of solid or metal waste disposal sites in each region, Adiwarna, Kedung Banteng, and Pulau Sari is determined to become a collection center. But to Pekalongan, there is not specified. And this is the model notation with the objective function to maximize profit, equal total revenue reduce total cost. Total cost is total purchase cost, total recycling cost, and total transportation cost. And this is the influence diagram to get a profit from total revenue and decrease it from total cost. Now, result and discussion. Table 1, parameter cost. Parameter in this paper is purchase price, selling price, and recycling cost. Capacity of each entities for recycling center, industry batik, batik industry, and collection center. And this is the result. From the table 3 shows that supplier P1 can send the combat to batik small medium enterprise Q5 and Q7, and supplier P2 send to Q4 from batik smash Q1, Q3, Q5, Q6, and Q7 can select it to R1, collection center R1, and batik smash Q2 send to R2, and Q4 can send to R3, R1, and R2 for recycling center from collection center can send to recycling center P1, and recycling center R3 can send to P2. And sensitivity analysis. In this paper, the parameter used are increased 50% and 100% for demand, then decrease 50% for the parameter of capacity. Table 4 shows the the sensitivity analysis for the increasing demand to 50%, and table 5, increasing demand up to 100. And table 6, sensitivity analysis for decrease 50% of capacity. And sensitivity analysis, if increase 50% of demand, show that collection center R1 and R2 be able to send combat to recycling center P1, and collection center R3 can send to both recycling center with different capacity. The sensitivity analysis for increase 100% of demand presented in the table. In table 5, it shows that the third collection center is selected for send combat from batik smash, while for select the recycling center, R1 can sending the combat to P1, to R2, and R3 can sending to P1 and P2. Sensitivity analysis stop in increase 100% of demand, because if increasing the demand again, model not available to use. Table 6 presented the decrease of capacity in 50% parameter. R1, R2, and R3 are selected as collection center. Then P1 selected to send combat from R1, R2, and R3, while P2 selected to R1 and R3. And the conclusion, the result of software lingo show that P1 chosen as a recycling center will supply by collection center R1 and R2, while P2 chosen as a recycling center from RT, collection center R1, R2, and R3 chosen as a collection center from batik small medium enterprise, because the capacity and distance is more effective from each batik smash. Based on the research of calculating in lingo show that distribution from recycling center to batik smash, from batik smash to collection center, and from collection center to recycling center is determined about closest distance and cheapest transportation costs. For sensitivity analysis, consider about 3 things: increase 50% of demand, increase 100 of demand, and decrease 50% of capacity each entities. The results of sensitivity analysis show that different happen in the selection of entity. This paper limited to region research and entity of supply chain network design. To the next researchers, need to add disposal center for perfection research. It can be important entity due to protect the environment and not pollute it. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nashita, for your presentation. So again, we will do the Q&A session, but before the questions from the participant, I would like to have one question for you. You explained about the equipment called combat. Can you show again the slide regarding the combat equipment?
Okay, the figure.
Yes. Slide, yes. Yes, this one. Yeah, my question is, how big is the equipment? I mean, the dimension. Can you explain the size of this combat equipment?
Okay. So, combat equipment is from Diponegoro University. It considered effective to increase levels of chemical oxygen, or COD, BOD, or biological oxygen demand, and total suspended solid, or TSS, color and metal. And why I choose this equipment? Because the price is cheaper than other. And then
is it big? Sorry, Bu Nashita. How big is it? The dimension?
of dimension.
I mean, you can compare with common thing like, I don't know, refrigerator, or have you ever seen directly the equipment?
Okay, for I don't know precision, but for electrocoagulation in this part can capacity until 45 liter.
45 liters.
Yes.
So that's something. Okay. And do you know the capacity of this equipment per time unit? For example, it can do for 45 liters per minute or per hour, something
Per
like
hour.
that unit.
Okay, the
Per hour.
capacity per capacity 45 liter per hour.
Per hour. All right. So we have another question from the participants. First is from Dr. Evita Legowo. You mentioned that technology which been used is combat. The question is, to determine the location, will it be also depend on the technology? So maybe if you understand the question, maybe you can have different technology in different places. Is that the analysis, one of the analysis of which technology that will be used in different places? Are you gonna recommend using the same technology in different places?
Okay, I think why I choose combat, because one, the price is cheaper than 3 equipment from like ElectroDE, and then from ITS and from BBKB, and then the capacity is large, and then combat is created by Diponegoro University. The distance from Pekalongan, Tegal, and Pemalang is closest distance.
Okay, so we have another question from Dr. Dia Indriani Widiputri. How is the recycling process take place in the recycling center? What parts can actually be recycled?
Okay. Maybe the part can be recycled is metal, like metal. If the combat not have used metal, and then electrical model like this, and the carbon active.
Carbon active. All right. So I think there's no more questions in the chat box. Okay. So thank you for your presentation, Ibu Nashita.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you for your time and thank you for joining this conference. So I would like to call the next presenter, actually the last session of today. Mr. Daniel Pradipta Juniardi, with the title of Study on the Potential Application of Water Hyacinth as an Organic Corrosion Inhibitor. He's from Swiss German University. Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Daniel.
Okay, thank you, Pak Heri, for the opportunity.
Yes, please.
So, good afternoon to all the participants. I, Daniel, from Swiss German University, am going to present you about my recent research titled Study on the Potential Application of Water Hyacinth as an Organic Corrosion Inhibitor. So here is the overview of my presentation today. So we'll start from the background and then continue to its objectives, research method, results and discussion, and conclusion. As for the background, iron and alloy are the metals that commonly used in industrial and building purposes. Although those materials are known to have strong durability, however, they are still highly susceptible to corrosion. And one of the best effective methods to shield the metals from oxidation is by the use of inhibitors. Inorganic inhibitors such as phosphate, arsenates, chromates, and dichromates have been found effective as an inhibitor. However, due to their highly operating costs and dangerous environmental effects, they cannot always be used for inhibition purposes. Corrosion inhibitor safety and environmental issues have always been a global concern in industry, since the use of such inhibitors can cause reversible or irreversible damage to the organ system, for example, kidneys and livers. Therefore, in recent years, scientists have been focusing their research on the use of green inhibitors, which not only cost-effective but also environmentally safe. And some of the natural ingredients that previously have been tested as corrosion inhibitors, for example, coca leaves, aloe vera, tobacco leaves, and many more. And one of the many potential sources of green corrosion inhibitor can be found in water hyacinth. Water hyacinth, Einhornia crassipes, is a floating aquatic plant species, and due to its ability to cover the whole river quickly, water hyacinth is considered as one of the worst aquatic plants in the world. And the production of water hyacinth exceeds 125 tons of weight over 100 meters squared. And it has also been shown that water hyacinth is a very promising weed with many applications, for example, biogas production, animal fodder, and fertilizer. And water hyacinth has been alleged to have potential to be used as green corrosion inhibitor because of the phenolic acids content in it. Therefore, the main objectives of this thesis, of this recent research, was to study the potential of water hyacinth extract as a green corrosion inhibitor. Other goals are also including to improve the inhibiting effect from water hyacinth extract by adding other substance into the solution, which in this case chem aerobic, and to observe the corrosion rate of still before and after the addition of inhibitor. So for the research method was divided into three main parts, which were literature review, sample preparation, and total phenolic content analysis, which were done in the laboratory, and visual observation and corrosion rate measurement, which were done from home. And the literature review part was more emphasized in exploring the natural ingredients that previously have been tested, and its component which may contribute to the inhibition efficiency. And then after that, the component of water hyacinth and gum arabic also been observed to see the similarity between water hyacinth and those plant extracts. And for the experiment in the laboratory was divided into three main stages, which were pre-extraction of water hyacinth, extraction with ethanol water solvent, and total phenolic content analysis with Pauline calcium method. And then the experiment from home was done in order to continue the process of collecting data by doing corrosion rate measurement and inhibition efficiency calculation. And during the experiment from home, due to the safety reason, the solvent used was water instead of ethanol water solvent. So here is the illustration of experiment from home. And now we've come to the part of result and discussion. So we got here the first results from literature review parts. As can be seen from the table here, various of natural ingredients that previously have been tested as corrosion inhibitors with its inhibition efficiency. Although this data could not be a benchmark to each other, since there might be differences in corrosive media, in types of metals, and in corrosion rate methods, but it is clear enough to see that the natural ingredients have potential to be applied on the metals as an inhibitor. And then on the table below, we can see that the component of each natural ingredients that is believed to contribute to the inhibitor efficiency: pine resin with its alpha-pinene, cocoa leaves with its alkaloid, flavonoid, terpenoid, and saponins, grape pomace with mainly its flavonols, guava leaves with its tannins, and aloe vera with its hemicellulose, tannins, vitamin E, and carotene. And we see now the phytochemicals in water hyacinth. Based on Jimmy's finding, water hyacinth contains tannins, flavonoids, and saponins. And Harborne also mentioned in his report that water hyacinth contains high number of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And Kurniawan, Izzati, Nurhayati, and Monsot GR also mentioned in their reports that the antioxidant activity of water hyacinth not only coming from phenolic content, but also coming from vitamin C, carotene, chlorophyll, and vitamin E. Therefore, by looking to each of the components, water hyacinth has a lot of similarity to the other plant extracts before. In other words, we can say that water hyacinth contains natural chemical ingredients that can contribute in inhibiting corrosion. And now for the corrosion rate measurement. So the first graph here you can see is the corrosion rate in water media after 48 hours of immersion. The first graph here, it can be seen that the metals that were treated with water hyacinth extract as an inhibitor underwent a slightly reduction in corrosion rate. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the use of gum arabic alone also has the ability to reduce the corrosion rate. And then on a second graph, you can see the comparison of corrosion rate in sodium chloride and tap water media after 48 hours of immersion. By comparing its inhibitor in two different solutions, both series displayed a similarity in pattern but not quite in value. As can be seen here, the use of 20 milliliter water hyacinth could reduce the corrosion rate greater than the use of 30 milliliter water hyacinth. In addition, the use of 20 milliliter water hyacinth plus 10% weight percent gum arabic showed the most promising result. Therefore, for the next experiment, in order to achieve greater reduction rate, the formulation will have a mixture of 20 milliliter water hyacinth in it. And then the next two graphs show the corrosion rate reduction in two different corrosive solutions after the addition of gum arabic. From both graphs here, it can be seen that the more concentration of gum arabic could contribute more to the corrosion rate reduction. And then on the second graph below, you can see that the metals that were immersed in hydrochloric acid media underwent a massive corrosion rate. However, the use of a corrosion inhibitor was also worked well there, as it could reduce the corrosion rate significantly. And one that can be taken as conclusion for this slide is the higher concentration of gum arabic, the higher the level of corrosion reduction. And then the next slide is about the inhibition efficiency from the previous slide. After the immersion of 24 hours, the highest the inhibition efficiency of inhibitors in sodium chloride media was 72.77%, whilst in hydrochloric acid media was 66.68%. In both solutions, the highest inhibition efficiency was obtained by using the same inhibitor, which was a mixture of 20 milliliter water hyacinth plus 20% gum arabic. Therefore, in the next experiment, the inhibitor used was only 20 milliliter water hyacinth plus 20% of gum arabic. And the next conducted experiment was about the inhibition efficiency over time of immersion. As can be seen from the graph here, the time of immersion affect the inhibition efficiency. The highest efficiency of inhibitor in sodium chloride media was obtained after 4 days of immersion, and in hydrochloric acid media was obtained after 3 days of immersion. However, after reaching its peak, the inhibition efficiency was reduced over time. This was in accordance with previous researches that stated that the water hyacinth extract may undergo degradation in quality, which may affect the inhibition efficiency. And in conclusion, from the previous discussion before, we can now understand that water hyacinth contains tannins, flavonoids, lignin, vitamin E, carotene, and chlorophyll, which may contribute to the inhibition purposes. And it has also been proven that water hyacinth inhibitor can reduce corrosion rate up to 79.75% in sodium chloride media and 71.08% in hydrochloric acid media. And therefore, water hyacinth has indeed the potential to be used as green inhibitor. And so that's all from me. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Dandi, for your presentation. So I would like to invite questions from the participants. participants. Yes, we have some questions here. First is from Mr. Eka Budiarto. Do you think it is economical to use this extract as inhibitor, considering the cost for making the extract? Will there be a side effect of using this extract? Can you respond?
Yeah, for the economical value, I think it's very beneficial for us since the availability of the source itself is widely available. And as we all know that water hyacinth is a weed that can disturb the view of a lake, for example, or river, and maybe disturbs also the ecosystem below them. And I mean that we utilize a waste to be something that is useful. So I think it's very beneficial for us if we really can utilize this accordingly. So that's all.
Yes, we still have some questions. The second is from Ms. Sylvia Yusri. How to measure the corrosion rate in this research? Can you explain?
How to measure corrosion rate in what? Sorry. Oh, so in this research. So yeah, I use
the corrosion rate.
So I use the difference of mass between the metals before and after the immersion of the metals. So I can show you the formula to calculate the corrosion rate from here. Wait, I need to turn on. So this, I use the difference of initial mass and final mass of metals before and after the immersion.
Mr. Daniel. Hello. Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Daniel?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. That was the answer for how to calculate the corrosion rate by using the formula of this one.
Okay. Okay, that's the equation. All right, we have another question again from Dr. Eka Budiarto. How do you propose to apply the extract? Will you spread it on the metal, or do you have any other technique?
No, I just combine the inhibitors in form of liquid, and then I just put it down on the corrosive solution using for a certain concentration.
Okay then. So Mr. Daniel, the last question is from me. What do you think, let's say, the weakness of this result? Therefore, the further research can fix it or can make it more perfect to be continued to more to the application. Is there anything that you think can be improved?
Well, since this research was done from home with the equipment that is not complete, I mean the equipment are not complete, and so we can make it more perfect and more reliable by doing it in the laboratory. For example, we can extract it with the real solvent, which was ethanol and water, with the comparison 1:1, and then we can try to apply it on different types of metals, as well in the different types of corrosive media, And maybe for the visual observation, we can use a microscope to see the surface more clearly.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, thank you for your answers, your response. Therefore, we can close the session of Mr. Daniel. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the presenters from the afternoon session. I'm gonna call Mr. Cornelius Satria Yuda, Mr. Agustinus Haryadi, and then Ibu Dedelia Zariatin, Ibu Nashita Vivi Amalia, and Mr. Daniel Pradipta, of course. Can you please turn on the camera, because we're gonna have a photo session right now. The committee will take the picture of all the presenters. Okay, can we have? We still miss Ibu Dedelia Zariatin, and then Mr. Agustinus Haryadi, and of course all other participants. You can also join the photo session for today. All right, so I think we can just take a picture. The committee will take the picture. I'm going to count to 3 for our session. It's 1, 2, 3. Can we do it again? One more time. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after the session of Mr. Daniel, so we can just close the session of Sustainable Energy and Environment session of this ICON at Sea. Thank you very much for your attention, and don't go anywhere, because we're gonna have a door prize session after this. Of course, if you're lucky, and we need your presence in the room, otherwise you cannot get the prize. And before the door prize session and then closing ceremony, there will be a session from our sponsor, which is Aruba. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye. See you soon.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry, who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU has been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Simorangkir and I am your host for today. Hopefully, you've enjoyed the parallel sessions in these past 2 days. As we are now approaching the end of this conference, let me introduce to you our last presenter from one of our sponsors. Tan Quang Huy, also known as KH, is a regional category manager for Southeast Asia and Taiwan for HPE Aruba, based in Singapore. KH has been in the IT industry for more than 25 years. During his 15-year tenure with HPE Aruba, he also served as APJ Regional Category Manager and has also managed the One Business of HPE Aruba. Mr. Tan Quang Huy, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I am not sure if you guys can see my screen right now. I'm going into a full presentation mode. Let me know if you can see and I will start my presentation. All good? Okay, thank you so much. Hi, very good afternoon to all my Indonesia customers. And I wish I was there to deliver this live to you. But because of the pandemic, I have now have to deliver this session via an online platform, Zoom. So this session I'm going to spend with you will take about approximately 15 minutes, I was told. And I will be covering on why you should consider Aruba Instant On for your smart office, smart home setup. Before I go there, let me take a look at what are some of the key challenges that we are seeing in the industry which you may recognize as well. Now, I'm not going to go into all the bullet points, as you may notice, because 15 minutes is not a very long time. But these are some of the key challenges that we're seeing in the industry. Now, many of the customers that we talk to have actually heard of digital transformation, and 24% have actually started the journey. Now, there was actually a joke on social media, and if you recollect, there was actually a questionnaire that asked, how does digital transformation get started? They asked the C-level, and many of them actually said that the COVID-19 was probably a good accelerator of how digital transformation get accelerated. And I think this is very true, because with the pandemic right now, all of us are now going into semi-lockdown, in some countries, full lockdown, where we are working from home and or work remotely rather than meet face-to-face. So the adoption of digital transformation journey is going to be huge this year, primarily driven by the current pandemic. 35% of the customers that we spoke to have also cited reason that they need to actually, when they look at technology investment, they also should be looking at security threats that they are seeing in the industry. And there are primarily many of them. Without going into the detail, I'm sure if you were to go and search, recently there was one incident by one of the popular wearable company, I won't mention the name, that starts with G. They were apparently being compromised by a ransomware that brought down the entire infrastructure of that particular provider. So customers today are looking at investing in technology, but also focusing a lot on security threats, as we spoke about. Now, again, I say I won't go into all the detail. 80% of the company that we talk to have actually now, in fact, work from home or telecommute from where they are, and allowing them to be able to work with customers, be able to work with suppliers, be able to work with colleagues, contractor alike. And it is no surprise that a survey done by some other global research found that many of these companies will no longer be allowing employees to go back to work at all. Many of them will be working from home. So having a very important, and resilient network become very crucial for this pandemic to tie through. Now, many of the SMBs, as you may have noticed, the S of the SMBs have actually difficulty in trying to integrate this IT solution primarily. This S of the SMB, broadly speaking, they do not have IT resources. So they need a solution that's very easy to use, very easy to set up. The other challenges that they have is keeping up with the latest technology and trying to keep abreast of what's happening around the region. The other area also is the lack of IT skills, lack of time, and obviously budget constraint. And with the pandemic, many of the SMBs today are looking at preserving cash, keeping the business afloat become very, very crucial for these customers. Next slide, you may see these particular steps and seeing how the evolution of wireless LAN become very crucial. You will see on the left, these are some of the large explosion of Wi-Fi 6 client. Wi-Fi 6, by the way, is one of the latest wireless standard today that allows you to be able to transmit high-performance, low-latency connectivity. And it is no surprise that some of these mobile devices that you are carrying today are powered and armed with this latest technology known as Wi-Fi 6 client. There are plenty of them out in the market, okay, which you can choose to buy from. For those of you who are still, like myself, using the previous version of the iPhone, this is still a pretty good phone that gives you a quite new Wi-Fi standard based on Wi-Fi 5, known as 802.11ac. Wave 2, these are still a very good phone that you can use, and please continue using them. And if you need to change, then you can change it in the future. But primarily, you'll see that there's a significant step towards the next Wi-Fi standard, Wi-Fi 6. Now, and this is primarily due to a couple of key reasons. The number of applications that is going to be coming out in this space is going to be huge. And there are primarily 4 I just showed on the screen. I'm sure there are many other apps that you are familiar. For example, the 4 that I'm showing on the screen are Microsoft Teams, Netflix. These are very common applications that we are seeing in today's context. Microsoft Teams, for example, and Zoom that we are using today, and for me to talk to you, is actually an online cloud-based application that allows me to be able to collaborate remotely in Singapore and be able to present and share with you over a cloud application on how we can better perform in this space. The other app that you are seeing on the screen, Netflix. For those of you who have children or who have family members, who are doing home-based learning, and sometimes during the leisure free time, they may watch movie. And Netflix is one very popular app that we are seeing during the pandemic, where their stock price have actually surged, way past the historical high. And it is no surprise, because they are one of the content provider to actually keep family at home, so that family can bond over a movie. And there are many other apps that you are familiar. Now, last but not least, on the far right of the screen, you are seeing some emerging IoT devices. And again, there are many of them that we are seeing in this space, that you will see many providers are now going into IoT. We are also seeing significant uptick of customers going into smart building, deploying CCTV. And again, it is no surprise that this become a key thing, because customers are now deploying smart buildings, smart campuses, so that they can have IoT to be able to monitor the movement of human traffic in and out of the building. So one very common denominator across this scenario that I'm just giving you is basically a very resilient wireless LAN that needs to be in place. And according to IDC, the new forecast by 2025 is that 41.6 billion devices will be connected to the World Wide Web, that generated about 79.4 zettabytes of data. And that is a lot of data that's generated. In order for you to do that and be able to provide the connected things to the internet, you need a very robust infrastructure. The underlying infrastructure, the wireless LAN, has to be very robust to allow such connectivity to take place by 2025. And let me introduce the Aruba Instant-On wireless portfolio. There are primarily a couple of access points over here that allows you to be able to provide such a robust connectivity. We have a couple of indoor access points. I'm going to start from the Wi-Fi 5 based on 802.11 AC solution first. We have Aruba Instant-On AP11, which is on the bottom left, AP12 and AP15. These three models that I just introduced to you support 802.11 AC standards that can be used to power up your home, that can be used to power up your office as well. The newest member that we introduced just last month was based on Wi-Fi 6, 802.11 AX standard. And that is our newest member for the Aruba Instant-On portfolio. So these are the 4 indoor models that you can choose to deploy in your office or at home. Next, we have Aruba Instant-On AP11D. D is for desktop. Now, this particular model also ships with 802.11 AC Wave 2 that comes with 4 Ethernet ports that allows you to connect smart things like your refrigerator. If you have CCTV, you could as well. If you have a smart refrigerator, doors, you can do that. And last but not least, Aruba Instant-On AP17. And this is primarily very useful for customers who want to have outdoor deployment. So if you are looking at deploying outdoor solution and you need to have connectivity back to your indoor wireless network, the AP17 is actually an ideal sweet spot for you to consider. Now, earlier on when I started the presentation, I highlighted a couple of key challenges that many of the customers worldwide are sharing with us. They primarily come from the small of the SMB who do not have dedicated IT resources. So customers need a solution that is very simple to use, simple to manage. And Aruba Instant-On do come with an Aruba mobile app that allows you to be able to discover Aruba Instant-On portfolio, whether it is a wireless solution or a wired product. The Instant-On mobile app has the ability for you to discover them, plug and play, and have your configuration stored in the cloud. Okay, and one good news about Aruba Instant-On portfolio is there is no additional licenses, no subscription fee. This means that when you purchase Aruba Instant-On solution, there is no need for you to worry about having a renewal of licenses and subscription. Unlike some of the provider out there, you require to buy additional add-on. For Aruba, the hardware and software comes with a single fee only. Now, some customers have also expressed that they need solutions that are scalable. And this means that when your business are ready to grow, the network should grow along with it. Now, the Aruba Instant On portfolio allows you to be able to manage up to 25 access points as well as 25 switches, altogether 25 Aruba Instant On devices in a single network. Okay, and for those of you who want to deploy multiple wireless networks, the Aruba Instant On wireless portfolio allows you to be able to set up to 8 different types of wireless infrastructure. And you can actually mix and match any of the 6 models that I shared with you earlier on. Okay, let me do a quick recap. AP11, AP12, AP15. These are based on 802.11ac, Wave 2. And then AP22 was launched last month. Next, we have AP11D and AP17 outdoor models. So there are 6 different models that you can choose and you can mix and match, and allowing you to be able to manage through the mobile app. Okay, for those of you who are looking at doing meshing, you could do that using a one-touch setup as well. So if you are having a very large home, and if your current wireless network cannot connect to all corners of the house, Aruba Instant On can be used to set up your home network, and with a single click, okay, you could actually set up a mesh network at home easily. Okay, and you can even use Aruba Instant On as a wireless router at home as well, that complement and come with state-of-the-art wireless security standard that include WPA2 and WPA3. Now, obviously, for many of you here, warranty is something that you have on your mind. Now, Aruba actually powered the warranty by ourselves, which means in the unlikely event of a hardware failure, Aruba will do the replacement ourselves without having you to rely on channel partner to do the warranty replacement. So Aruba will do the replacement. All you have to do is log a tech support with us, and we will do the hardware replacement directly. And for customers who need help, we have Aruba Instant On community portal that you can actually go to be able to get information quickly and be able to see some of the best practice that many of the customers across the region are using. Okay, now this is a screen of how Aruba Instant On mobile app looks like. Again, in interest of time, I won't go into the full detail, but this is the app that allows you to be able to set up the infrastructure, be able to allow you to set up the mesh as well with a couple of clicks, and you can actually get the meshing up and running. You can also even manage entire infrastructure, whether it is Aruba Instant On wireless or wired portfolio using the mobile app. And for those of you who operate a business, a cafeteria, for example, and you need to have captive portal, Aruba Instant On wireless solution allows you to use the built-in captive portal, or if you choose to use third-party captive portal like Skyfi, you can as well. So we allow you to be able to use third-party and own Aruba captive portal for your guest access. So that is basically what I have prepared for you. And why Aruba Instant On? This is my last slide. Simplicity is key important because many of the customers say that they want a solution that's simple to use, simple to manage. Hopefully, once they set it up, they do not have to touch it again. Aruba Instant On is that solution for you. Built-in security is another key concern that I want to bring up to you. You do not require any external security appliances. You can actually depend on the built-in state-of-the-art WPA2, WPA3 security to do encryption. And it comes with high performance, low latency Wi-Fi 5 as well as Wi-Fi 6 solution that power up the solution. No hidden fee is another one, very important feature here, because now with the pandemic, everyone is trying to keep cash to go on a longer ride. So buying a solution that do not have hidden costs become very crucial. Finally, last but not least, a trusted vendor. Aruba has been in the industry for 17 over years and proven to be a robust leader. Gartner have put Aruba in the leader quadrant for the past 14 years running. So these are some of the key reasons why you should consider Aruba Instant On for your smart office, small home office setup. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hand the mic back to the organizer. As I was told, I only have 15 minutes. Are there any questions? I'm going to stop sharing so I can see the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Tan Quang Huy. And now, the moment you have all been waiting for, the announcement of the best papers of ICONETC 2020. Without further ado, let me present you the best papers of ICONETC 2020. While my colleague is preparing the PPT for the winners. I know that everybody cannot wait for the announcement, and here we have finally the announcement. And we will mention from each category. For the first category, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. For the ergonomic and human factors, and the winner is motorcyclists' attitude and perception from their gender point of view, with the code EHF08 by Ardania Meilaningrum, Manik Mahachandra, Nanik Utami Handayani, and Novi Susanto from Diponegoro University. Congratulations. And for the next category, okay, here we go. For production and operation management, and the winner is job rotation optimization using mixed integer nonlinear programming, or MINLP, method to balance operator workload in automotive industry, with the code POM02 by Hilman Hanif and Inaki Maulida Hakim from University of Indonesia. Congratulations. And for the next category, okay, the next category is cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And the winner is, drum rolls please, MAL-T-Score, a threat score framework based on static and dynamic analysis features, with the code of CSA03 by Ali Suwanda, Charles Lim, and Lucas from Swiss German University and Atma Jaya. Congratulations. And the next category, okay, here we are now for software engineering category. And the winner is Managed Assurance for Continuous Improvement Strategy in Rural Internet Service Case Study, with the code of SEN07 by Muhammad Amin Sutomo, Eka Budiarto, Nugroho Wibisono, and Marzuki from Swiss German University and Telkom Satellite Indonesia and KPK. Next category. For automation, mechatronics, and robotics. And the winner is op-amp-based LC oscillator with minimum components for wireless communications, with the code of AMR01 by Dodi Garinto and Ari Shahriar from Polytechnic Manufactur Astra. Congratulations. For the next category, for the logistics and supply chain category. And the winner is determination of the charging station facility location allocation model by considering the closest distance. Case study in Solo City with the code of LSC 09 by Bhakti Nugrahadi, Wahyudi Sutopo, and Muhammad Hizjam from 11 Maret University. Congratulations. For the next category, for sustainable energy and environment. And the winner is effect of zinc, copper, and magnesium doping on the structural characteristics of NMC 622 with the code of SEE 05 by Ahmad Jihad, Aviano Akbar Nur Pratama, Cornelius Satria Yuda, Mintarsi Rahmawati, Hendri Widiandari, and Agus Purwanto from 11 Maret University. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, here are the winners. Please join me for a virtual round of applause. Congratulations to all the winners. Yes, all the winners will also get a router from Aruba. Okay, another announcement which everybody has been waiting for. Next up, the announcement of Best Presenter of ICONETSI 2020. And the winner is just so you know that we are doing this on purpose, just to get the suspense going. Once again, congratulations to all the winners for Best Paper. And now for the Best Presenter. Best Presenter with the title of Analysis of Gravitational Vortex Turbine Performance with the code SEE10, Sustainable Energy and Environment with the score of 97 by Dedelia Zariatin and Trimurniati and Dwi Antoro from University of Pancasila. Congratulations. Okay, so for now, I would like to have a little talk, have a little interview with the Best Presenter. Is the presenter here? Would you please come forward virtually?
Okay, thank you very much for this. I'm speechless because I never expected that I have this honor to have this such a, what do you call it? Well, I'm speechless right now. Sorry. Because yeah, the screen is not so good, so my face is become white here.
It's okay, Bu.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee and all the chair and chair session. Thank you very much for this appreciation.
Thank you very much, Bu
You're
Dede. And
welcome.
once again, congratulations for your marvelous achievement.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, for the best presenter also gets a router from Aruba. And once again, congratulations for winning Best Presenter. Now, if you haven't won anything yet, Don't worry, there's still a lot of door prizes to win. The names of the winners will be drawn randomly using the wheel of names. All of you who have submitted a feedback form are eligible to win, but only those who are present can win the door prizes. There is a total of 216 entries, if I'm not mistaken. Shall we start? So there are 14 door prizes, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's get going. Everybody get ready for this. I hope that all the winners are here so you can get the presents. If you get called and you are not here, we are very sorry, but you are automatically disqualified and we will have to spin the wheel once again until we get the winner who is attending this event right now. Okay, for the first prize, let's check it out. What could be the first prize? Number one, we have a lovely tumbler, and I think that you can use it for infused water. Okay, so I'm guessing it's time to spin the wheel. Here is the process. We will show you the process right in front of you so that you know that it is not set up. Okay, here we go. Please spin it up. And the winner is Danasmoro Birowo Aji. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, but the Danasmoro is not here, so cannot get the present. We will spin it once again. Sorry, Padana. Okay, for next one. David Gabriel. The winner is David Gabriel. On the count of three, are you here, Mr. David? 1, 2, 3, not here. Sorry, we will have to spin it again. Okay, for the next lucky person, I hope that he or she is here. Albert Caristillo. Albert Caristillo. On the count of three, Mr. Albert, are you here? 1, 2. Oh, I just heard somebody just whispered to me. Yes, Albert Caristillo Halim. Congratulations for the lovely tumbler. You're very welcome. Okay, that was door prize number 1, and now we are in door prize number 2. Shall we spin it? And the winner is Heri Wahyudi. Heri Wahyudi. Are you here, Harry? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard that Harry is not here at the moment. Okay, we're going to have to spin it again. Again, for this one, you get 2 items, which is 1 jug. You could use it for any sort of drinks that you like, and also a tumbler, I believe, from Tupperware. Fernando Susanto. Oh, Fernando is here. Congratulations, Fernando, for winning the door prize of today. Yes, congratulations. Hope you enjoy the prize. Okay, so there's already 2 door prizes. For the next one, door prize number 3, we have, I believe it's a batik bed sheet, or it's a batik fabric. It's a batik bed sheet, I think. Yes. Okay, spin the wheel, mister. You're welcome, Fernando. Okay, and the lucky winner is Dedi Emawan. Dedi Emawan. Okay, we'll find out if Mr. Dedi is here. Oh yes, ada. Congratulations, Mr. Dedi, for winning our lovely door prize. Hope you enjoy it. For the next one, door prize number 4. The 4th door prize is a lovely backpack, very suitable for outdoor uses. And the winner is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, are you here? Oh, sorry to hear Elizabeth is not here. Too bad. We're going to have to find another winner for this one. Shall we speed it again? And the lucky person for door prize number 4, Kevin Gunawan. Mr. Kevin, are you here? On the count of 3. Yes, Kevin Gunawan is here. Congratulations, Kevin, for the backpack. Hope it is very useful to you. Enjoy. Okay, now time for door prize number 5. Door prize number 5. This is a lovely batik fabric. Who's going to win the lovely batik fabric? Let's check it out. Raditya, Mr. Raditya JN Nova? Is Nova Raditya? No? Okay, Raditya is not here. I'm sorry. We'll have to spin the wheel again for the next winner. Oh, I'm here. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's clarify. Can someone? Raditya, ada? Okay, cool. Okay, Raditya going by the name of Nova. Okay. Congratulations for winning the door prize. For the next one, door prize number 5. Please, especially for this session, everybody please keep the names same as your real name as it is, so that we can clarify that it is really you and not somebody else wanting to get the prize. Okay. For door prize number 6, Nanik Utami Handayani getting a mini cutter and a lovely tumbler. Okay, I'm afraid to hear, I'm sorry to hear that Miss Nanik is not here, so we will have to spin the wheel again. For door prize number 6, once again, a mini cutter that is useful to cut many things, and also a lovely tumbler. And the winner is S. Pascal Anargia Sulistio. Mr. Pascal, are you here? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that Pascal is not here at the moment. Therefore, he is disqualified from getting the prize. Okay, for the next one, let's speed it up a little bit because we still have many more door prizes. Oh, Mr. Hollis, the lucky winner for door prize number 6. Congratulations, Dr. Hollis. Congratulations. Hope the mini cutter will be useful to you, and also the tumbler. Once again, congrats, sir. Okay, for door prize number 7, let's time to spin the wheel. Let's go. So number 7 is another batik fabric. very, very lovely, very classy, very traditional. And the winner is Muhammad Zaldi Maulidin. Congratulations, Mr. Muhammad Zaldi Maulidin. Congratulations for the door prize. Okay, for the next one, number 8. It's a some type of Tupperware cutlery, obviously for food. Let's spin the wheel. And the winner is Marcelius Jevin. Jevin hadir. Congratulations. And the next one, number 9. Oh, this is sorted Tupperware for drinks. We have coasters and oh no, it's glasses with the covers and also a jug. And the winner is Brian Nathaniel. Brian? Oh, sorry to hear Brian is not here. So he is disqualified. So for the next winner, Galuh Setiawan, number 9. Galuh, oh, Galuh is not here either. Sorry here for the next one. For the assorted Tupperware for the drinks. Very useful when you have guests at home. Danasmoro Birowo Aji. Mr. Danasmoro Birowo Aji. Not here either. Okay. We're going to have to spin it one more time. Niklas Simorangkir. Niklas Simorangkir. Is Niklas here? Okay, congratulations, Niklas. Hope it is very useful for you. Enjoy. Oh, and next one. This one is for the ladies. We have a lovely lady handbag. Very fashionable, very fancy. Let's see who wins this one. Somanudin, Mr. Somanudin, winning the fashionable handbag. Oh, I'm sorry to hear Mr. Soma is not here at the moment, so therefore he is disqualified. Okay, too bad, Mr. Soma, you could have given it to your wife. Okay, so maybe this is for somebody else's wife. And the next winner is Jennifer. Again, I'm sorry to hear that Miss Jennifer is not here. So we spin it again. Okay, for the right winner for this is Hotma Anthony Huta Hayan. Hotma Anthony Huta Hayan. Is Mr. Hotma here? Yes. Finally, we have found the rightful winner for the handbag. Congratulations, Mr. Hotma. For the next, wow, we have a JBL. We have JBL headphones. I have to make sure to the committee, is my name in there or not? Because I really want the. Okay, without further ado, let's spin the wheel. And the winner for these great JBL headphones, Juan Emmanuel Dharmajaya. Juan, you there? Juan, congratulations. Congratulations once again for this lovely door prize. And also, I just heard that we have another one. We have another pair of headphones, of JBL headphones, and I think it's a Bluetooth. Okay, let's spin it for the next winner. I'm very excited. One Meus Ginting. One Meus Ginting. I'm sorry to hear Mr. One is not here. Let's spin it up. And also after this, I will talk to Juan, see if he can sell it to me for a cheap price. Okay, and the other lucky person, the next lucky person for the winner is Win Sukardi. Mr. Win. Yes, sir, congratulations for the door prize. Hope you enjoy it. Okay, for the next door prize, number 12. This is a very powerful and strong router from Aruba. And I heard that for this door prize session, we have 2 units. So let's see who's the lucky people who get this. Once again, I'm making sure to the committee if my name is in the wheel or not. Darnell Eugene Winston. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that Darnell is not here. Therefore, he's disqualified. So it's time to spin it again. For the rightful winner of the Aruba router for indoor access point, Afida Shitki Azmi. Afida Shitki Azmi. Again, Afida is not here, so we're going to have to spin it again. And the winner is Yuti, Miss Yuti Ariani Fatima. Miss Yuti Ariani Fatima. Oh, Miss Yuti is not here either. I'm sorry to hear. Okay, for the next one. And the winner is Muhammad Abdillah. Mr. Muhammad Abdillah. Yes, I just heard that Mr. Muhammad is here. Congratulations for winning the door prize from Aruba. We still have one more router from Aruba. So yes. Let's see who the lucky person is. And the winner is Nikki Prastomo. Once again, Mr. Nikki Prastomo. Oh, it's not here either. Okay, so time to spin it again. Mr. Okay, for the next one is Mrs. Margareta T.P. Linga, aka Bu Eta. Oh, I'm sorry to hear Bu Eta cannot receive this lovely gift because she is not present at the moment. I'm sorry. So for the next winner is, this is the last door prize of the day. So Johannes Anugrah Pitali. Oh, sorry to hear he's not here either. Okay. Maybe this time we will get the rightful owner. Rizka Cahya Shafitri. Rizka Cahya Shafitri. I believe she was a presenter, but I just heard from the committee that she is not here. Sorry to hear. Okay, time to spin it again. I love to read the comments from the students. Hasada Elizabeth. Hadassah Elizabeth. I'm sorry, Hadassah Elizabeth. Not here either. Okay. We're gonna have to spin it again. And the winner is Yasnita. Miss Yasnita. Okay, I just heard that Yasnita is here. Congratulations. Hope you enjoy the router from Aruba. And enjoy using it for the online class sessions. Okay, so once again, congratulations to all the winners. Please give a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the end of ICONETC 2020. Please welcome Dr. Kholis Abdurrahim Audah, Director of Academic Research and Community Service, Swiss German University.
Udah. Udah unmute. Ini udah spotlight, udah di unmute.
I believe that maybe Pak Kholis is experiencing some technical problems. So we will wait just a few moments for Mr. Kholis, Dr. Kholis. Hope that he comes back soon. Again, pardon us for the technical difficulties. I hope that everybody understands.
Okay, please accept my apology for trouble. Thank you, Pak Dev, for having me here. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ba'd. It is my honor to be here to give a closing remark of these two wonderful, successful conference, the ICONIC 2020 and the ICONETC 2020. So on behalf of IRCS, I would like to first congratulate the committee, all the committee members. Please give round of applause for all of us, the committee members, for this such a very good event. And Honorable Vice Rector 1, distinguished guests and speakers, all the committee members and all beloved participants. On behalf of the Academic Research and Community Service, I would like to congratulate you all for this very successful event in the last 2 days event. So it's really a very good moment for me to give this closing remark, because everything is in fact beyond of our expectation. It turns out that our conference, even this is the very first conference, we have a very successful turnout in terms of many things. And first of all, please allow me to give some point that I would like to address here, that despite the trouble that we are facing during this pandemic, that SGU still managed to bring this 2-day seminar in a very professional ways. It's not only from myself, but also from my other colleagues, even from Wasim from Michigan University, literally explained to me that you guys, committee, have done such wonderful works in delivering these 2 events. So this event is not only about numbers. I know that the committee have received about 125 submitted papers, and it turns out that we only accept 76 papers to be published in the proceedings. This strongly indicated that although we do care about numbers, but we do even more care about the quality. So please again give round of applause all the committee members and the participants that have submitted the papers and presented until the end of this conference. Special thanks to, of course, the board of SGU and also the management, director office, Pak Irfan and Bu Fili and other management, and also to Ibu Evita Logowo. I would call her as founder of Iconic, that has been firstly conducted in 2015. Special thanks to my colleague, my old friends, Prof. Wasim Haidar from Central Michigan University for his participation. Also from participant from Fausula Switzerland, Nihon University, Japan, University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia, Nanyang Technology University, also BPPT, Pak Anton, I saw you are here today, and also Pak Yudi. Also speakers from National Taiwan University, Taiwan, and Aswan University, Egypt, and from all other participants that I cannot mention but one by one. It's truly an honor for us, SGU, especially IRCS, the Academic Research Coverage Service, that actually is the umbrella of this Iconic from the very early on. So on behalf of the Director of Academic Research and Coverage Services, once again, I would like to congratulate all the community members for their hard works. And hopefully we can continue this conference with other conference in the same umbrella Iconic as the icon of SGU Scientific Forum that strongly mark our contribution, SGU contribution to the development, advancement of science and technology in the future. But of course, this although our conference today is a very successful one, there are always room for improvement that we need to improve in the near future. And of course, we would like to have more conferences such this in a more variety of science area or science technology area. So without further ado, please allow me to again thank you, and please allow me to accept our apology if there is any shortcoming, if there is any unnecessary things that cannot be accepted, and hopefully we can improve our everything in the near future. So again, thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Hollis, for the remarks and event report. Next, please welcome Dr. Irfan Setiadi Kartawirya, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Swiss German University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Selamat sore, rekan-rekan semua, Bapak Ibu. A very warm greetings from the management of the universities, the speakers, honorable guests, participants, partners, and also our friends and families of Swiss German universities, the sponsors, the committees, moderators, and reviewers that has made this event successful. From the management of the universities, from the rector's office, I personally thank the all contributions to the success of the ECONETSI 2020. I read one paper yesterday on social media. Yes, you can find papers on social media too. And it says that online scientific conference has carbon footprints 3,000 times less than actual face-to-face scientific conference. So I think the term sustainable in the conference name, which is ECONETSI, really shows its meaning by we doing this conference through online versions or online methods. And it's really good to hear that this online conference, ECONETSI 2020, as part of the ECONIAT 2020, has been very successfully conducted and also presented high quality paper. We have come to the end of this this 2 days event, but I'd like to address just a very short thing about the importance of international conference on scientific forum like this, which is collaborations. So I just would like to kindly ask all of the participants, all the attendees of this international conference, please have a look into your program books. In those program books, we have names and emails address of all writers that papers has been presented. Please contact them, have a talk, have a collaborations, have something great happens in the futures. The keynote speakers, the presenters, I believe are very keen academicians that is very welcome to any comments and any proposal for future collaborations in the field of their study. So the sessions might end today, but I believe this opens a new pathway for cooperations among all the presenters, especially in this pandemic era where collaborating through online forums is the new normal. And speaking of the new normals, we have another conference which taking the theme of global business in the new normal era, talking about challenges and opportunities in pandemic COVID-19, which is also the series of ECONIAT 2020, which is INCOGITE, that will be held on November 5th, inshallah. At this opportunities, I also take the chance to invite everyone, or please spread the information to your colleague that might have papers or topics that could be presented on the INCOGITE, which is in November 5th. There is nothing much else that I can add to this very successful and very important conference, rather than, again, I express a very sincere gratitude to all participants, all the speakers, all the guests, partners, sponsors, and especially the committees, everyone who works behind the screen and behind all the gadgets that made this event successful, especially to Dr. Maula Hikmah Galenium and Dr. Tanika Sofianti. Our highest gratitude for and appreciation for both of you in successfully managing this important international conference. And with these opportunities, with all praise to God Almighty, with saying Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, hereby we close ECONETSI 2020. Please stay healthy. May the force be with you. Live long and prosper. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for the closing remarks. The Committee of EconetC 2020 would like to express its gratitude to all the participants, keynote speakers, invited speakers, sponsors, partners, and everybody who contributed to the success of EconetC 2020. We hope to see you again in future events, including Incogite that's going on the 5th of November 2020. So really hope to see you guys there. So stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy the rest of your day. So, and before we go, we're gonna do another photo session. So for the committee, please get ready. We'll do a photo session. There are 6 slides, so we're gonna do 6 photos. And also, for those of you who want to screen capture yourselves, feel free to do so. Are we ready right now? So on the count of 3, everybody turn on your cameras right now. Get your best smile out. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was for the first photo. For the second one, 1, 2, 3. And for the third one, 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the fourth photo, 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the fifth photo, for the 5th slide, 1, 2, 3. And last but not least, for the 6th photo, 1, 2, 3. Okay, again, thank you, everybody. See you next time. Goodbye.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university